So if you can tell, I've gotten a new, setup. Got lights, a webcam, mic. So, why is it not picking up the game? There we go. Yeah, here we are. Playing The Closing Shift by Chilla Arts. Let's see how it goes. So we got KSD, interact, inventory. Crouch. Okay, I can work with that. Let me turn off the VHS style. There we go. Whoa, sensitivity is really high. Let me turn that down a bit too. There. Oh, that's much better. Right. This is the front door? Oh, it is, okay. Alright, up here. Oh, do I need to put my shoes on first? No? Just not paying attention. How do I select the, oh, W, okay. Okay, let's see what we got. Guess we can get down here. Oh, okay. Alright. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm going to quickly lower the lo-fi. It feels like it's a little loud. How do I open it? Did someone drop this? Hello? Maybe over here. Hello? You dropped your phone. There we go. Now every 30 minutes that... Why is it not doing it? Where is it? Oh, I clicked the wrong one. There we go. That's the right one. Are they over here? No, it's the same spot. I guess I'm taking... Oh, that's not what I wanted to open. I guess I'm taking this with me. It's mine now. Where do I take this? Onions in hand. I'm confused. Let me try. Can I go around the building like this? I can't. Okay. Oh, I guess. Where do I take this? Oh, that's weird. I don't like how I can see my hands and the phone that says it's in my hand. Let me quickly check something real fast. Audio mixer. Okay, yeah, it's picking up my mic. Let me turn my gain up. Okay, there we go. Alright. Now it should be easier to hear. Like, so I have the phone. Shift 1, interact. Okay. But when I try and interact with the phone, it doesn't let me. I guess I'm taking this to my apartment then. if I knew where my apartment was. Where do I live? Hmm. Um. Okay. Where do I take this thing? Do I have to like get a coffee or? Can I turn up the brightness a bit? Okay, okay. Yeah, because I can't see it all. That's a bit better. I'm guessing that's my car, so am I just going to work? Oh, I forgot I'm not in America. Let me in the car. Um, guys, has he been there the whole time? Are you good, dude? You are creepy looking. Oh well, going to work. Not gonna question him though. Oh, where am I? I don't know if I'm supposed to go through the back, but I'm going through the back. Where's the VC? Oh, there it is. Alright, let's watch this video. Wait, can I? Oh, I forgot the C scratch. I don't understand what any of this says, but it's like showing me how to do the food, okay? Was that it? Oh, okay. Alright, take out tape. Okay. I'll grab this one, put it in there. Alright, let's see. What is this? Oh, this is like how I make I'm guessing the drinks? Okay, it's how I make the drinks. Okay, so far seems pretty simple. What's this little thing had audio? So that way I could, like, you could hear it in English. Oh well. Okay, I was thinking that was it. It's not. Oh, is that it? Okay, that's it. Okay. Alright. So it looks like it's. I feel like this would make more sense if I could like read what the subtitles were saying. Oh well, I'll figure it out as I go. Okay, looks like that was it. Oh, let's see. Oh, that's fine. Oh, these are the recipes. Okay. I really shouldn't. I mean, I guess I do have to put away my phone. I feel like it's not exactly smart. Wait, can I go back so I can? Okay, whatever. I am very sorry. I'll be careful. What? Funahashi-senpai, being careful is not enough. Tell me you won't be late. Do you understand? Yes, sir. I will not be late again. You also messed up some orders, don't you? What the heck? If you have any trouble with the order, there are some tutorial videos for you, so look through it. Oh, and one more thing. Make sure to leave your phone in the locker. You better not be texting anyone during work. What if I need to call the cops? Am I just out of luck? Yeah, thanks for closing the doors. Thank you. Okay. Oh, hello. Hey, Chill's Coffee. I've never been to one of these fancy places before. I feel uneasy. There's something strange about this place. My daughter seems to be a fan of this place, and now I'm here. However, I'll leave the drinks to you. Oh, and I'd like to get 2 of them. Do you want a latte and coffee? Oh, that'll be just fine. Who is he talking to? However, I'll be such a prize for something like this. What was he saying? What up with these? Where do these go? Oh. Coffee. Okay. Over here. Coffee, obviously. Coffee and steamed milk. Okay, that seems pretty easy. Okay, can I just... no. Coffee. I'm not even quite sure if that had any, like I saw have coffee in there, but I'm not sure if coffee's actually in there. Where's the steamer? Here? Is milk in there? I can't tell. I'll turn off the lo-fi. So I don't think we need it when this music is already playing. Okay, and then... Wait, hey, what? Oh, okay. Let me set that there. Oh. Where did my steamed cup go? Hello? Let's try this again. I can't tell if this has what it needs. Okay. Oh, oil comes off. Let me turn on this music. It's not playing. Turn that down a bit. And I should be fixed now. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. What's this? Why do you have a machine here if it doesn't work? Now we wait for the next customer. Oh, there she is. Alright, what can I do for you? Yeah, I have to be careful. My guys are always staring at me, so be careful too. Did she just call me ugly? We don't have to worry as much as I do. We should watch out either way. Hello? This is new? Okay. Okay, let me... Chocolate chip cappuccino, which is gonna be here. Blended ice, coffee, milk, chocolate, sauce, cocoa powder. Okay. This is gonna be different. I have a bunch of stuff in my inventory. Let me trash that. Trash that. Trash that. Trash that. Okay. Where is ice? Do I just this? Nope. Ah, there's the ice. Okay. Okay. Blend it up. Is that just okay? No. Where is it? Channel. Coffee, milk, chocolate sauce. Alright, let me grab a hot cup. Oh, no, actually I need a cold cup, I believe. Okay, then I need chocolate, which is gonna be... Oh no, chocolate's gonna be here. Don't think it tells me how much I need to add, so... Oh, nope, wrong thing. You can go here. You there. Go. Blend. Boom, boom. Okay, now let me... So that's not right, okay. Trash? Oh, okay, it's trash. Oh, I can just... Okay, I can just slide. Right, let's try this again. Cold cup. Cocoa powder. Chocolate sauce. Coffee. Let's see, is this right so far? Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. I need milk and blended ice. Okay. Nope, not there. This. Okay, why is this stuck in my hand? Okay, milk. Okay, let me... Why is this stuck in my hand? Let go of me. Grab this. Milk, okay, good. Now all I need is the blended ice. Right, blended ice. Perfect, and now let me grab a cold lid. I don't know if there's any straws. So now I gotta grab your ticket. Boom. Ma'am, you didn't take a drink. Okay. Well, it's going in the trash then. I guess it's not. Why is this stuck on my screen? Okay. Well, let's get started. Cake. Okay. I'm just gonna do this so we can get through this because they just don't stop talking. Eesh, they want a lot. Up. Let's go with that. Jeez, a lot. Okay. Matcha cappuccino. This one should be easy. Blended ice, milk, matcha powder, whipped cream. That's it? Okay. Blender. Hello? Keep my eye now. Why is it? Stay. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to quit and then restart because what is going on? Continue. Let's hope my hand's fixed now because I'll have to restart. Okay. Why is it not? Yeah, dude. What on earth? Hello? Are you gonna do your job? Hold on. Get rid of that, then. Why is this? Okay, where is the game? Hello? Full screen. There we go. Okay. Okay, now. I'll probably turn up the brightness again. Yeah, brightness. Up. Okay, turn sound down a bit. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna try and skip through all this because yeesh. Alright. Oh, it's this guy. Okay. I already know what he wants, so I'm just gonna get started. Alright. Boom. I'm gonna set this here and also set this one there. I'm gonna need coffee lids. Boom. Boom. Okay. So now that's coffee. This one should be a latte. No, it's not. Okay. Don't know why it didn't do steamed milk, but okay. Oh, that's why. Okay. There. Now I can do steamed milk. There we go. Boom, boom. No, actually, okay, let me set that there. Okay. And since I already know what she wants, which is gonna be the chocolate chip, so blended ice, coffee, milk, chocolate sauce. Okay. Then I want to get a cold cup, coffee, this, chocolate sauce. Bring it over here. Cocoa. Nope, wrong one. I always get this one mixed up. Milk. Right. Cold cup. Set there. Cold lid. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. Let's just get through whatever you want to say. See if I got this right. Yep, got it right. Boom. And look at that. My game didn't glitch. Awesome. Let me open up a video so that way I'm not just... Because it's hard for me to stream when I don't have something going on in the background that only I can hear. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, that should be everything for this one. Matcha cappuccino. Matcha chiffon cake. Mac and pie. Aha! Right, matcha. Alright, white mocha, okay, perfect. Pumpkin cake, okay, let's see. Let me get on this level. Nope, maybe here, nope. Pumpkin cake, there we go. Ugh. Alright. Only 3 left. Salted caramel, American waffle, American pie. Okay. American apple pie. Grab that. What else was it? American waffle. Do I have waffles? Oh, here we are. American waffle. Alright. American waffle. Then American apple pie. Alright. And then this one's a salted caramel mocha. Coffee, cinnamon milk, caramel syrup, hazelnut syrup, and chocolate sauce. Ooh, okay. Coffee. Caramel syrup, hazel. Yeah. Caramel, chocolate, and hazelnut. No, did I use the wrong thing? I'm supposed to use caramel syrup, not caramel sauce. So does that mean this has gotta go? Yeah. Alright, well, thankfully it's not all that much is on there. Okay. Caramel syrup, and then hazelnut syrup, and then chocolate sauce. Okay, then steamed milk. Alright, and then actually, before I do that, let me... Got that? Perfect. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, got it. Boom. Okay, that one was a pretty rough order, but I still got done. So no, let me go. Alright, let's see who we got. You are moving. Yeesh. Okay. I mean, you didn't say just a latte? Is that it? Okay. Then this. Alright, that should be it. Alright, you can go now. Have a good day. Oh, I mean, I haven't seen anything because, well, I've been back here the whole time. I was trying to run away. I guess we're closing early. Where is the broom? Oh, breaker box? Nice. Where is the broom? In here? No, this is the bathroom. Oh, what's this? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like how I have to watch the cameras too. Okay, well, I mean, I could do that. That's not that bad. Aha, here it is. Broom. Here we go. Now run! Run! Alright. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Do I have to... Oh, okay. I just hold it here. Oh, I can, okay. Alright, over here. Right. Oh, nope. Run away. I'm feeling I need to go to the breaker box, because, well. Okay, we're good now. What on earth? I swear, if this is leading me somewhere, I'm not following it. So, why can't I use this trash can and throw it away? Guys, I don't want to have to walk outside. I'm gonna have to walk outside, aren't I? Okay, well, let's do it. I really hope it's not someone just out there waiting. It's gonna be my boss. Wait for it. Wait, what? Never mind. I guess I'll just keep them. Oh. Oh, it's a chinchilla. Okay, that's cool. Did I miss anything? No? Oh, I thought I saw me just laying there. Like, there's no way I can't just, like... Oh, it's weird if I do this. um... What? Where do I take this? Oh, is there? There might be bags in here. Nope, that's a cleaning spot. Nope. Yeah, for a cleaning rag, it's pretty stiff. I think there's gonna be like a trash bag somewhere. Yeah, it's just not letting me do that. That's okay. Well, what am I supposed to do now? Because I can't throw this away. Do I just I can't grab anything either. What do I do? Does that mean there's like more milk somewhere that I have to pick up? None back here. Up there? No. Um. Do I have to walk from the front? Hmm. Weird. I don't know what to do. I really hope the game didn't break again, because that would suck. Do I just like leave? um, what do I do? Nothing over there. I can't read any of that. wait, this is all fan art. Oh, that's cool. I think. Looks like it. This is all really good. Probably shouldn't be out here, huh? Okay, wait. Let me see. Is there something I'm missing? I have to be missing something. Okay, I can't leave. Okay. Okay, what do I do? Is there like trash bags somewhere here? It doesn't really explain at any time. Cleaning? Possibly? Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Right. Oh, wait. Do I have to just close this so I can serve customers again? Um, I I really hope it didn't break again, because if I had to redo this, oh, I'd be so angry, because, like, what on earth? I can't steal. Oh, man. Okay, that's food, hot drink, cold drink. Cleaning rag, maybe? Well, that was weird. Yeah, like that. I think it's just, like, the shiningness of it. Like, am I being watched? Am I supposed to, like, scout the area to see if someone's watching me? I'm so confused. I really hope it didn't break again. It's, dude. I've already, like, had to restart this once. That was so weird. I heard this, and I thought someone was actually knocking. Okay. What do I do? I guess I'll just grab the room again. What do I do? What do I do? Spilt milk. Okay, I have spilt milk. Now what? Because I can't trash it. Can I trash broom? No. Can I can't grab anything? What do I do? Guess I'm leaving. Oh. What? Like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know. Wait, hold on, wait. have to be missing something. There's no way it broke again. Is it supposed to do this? I'm so confused. I don't quite think that's normal. I don't know what to do. I'm actually so confused. I I really don't want to quit the game because I feel like it's going to restart me again. Like, how do I know when I reach a checkpoint? Like, I feel like I'm supposed to put this in here, but it won't let me. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try quitting and see if that can fix it. Because I guarantee you it's not supposed to be like that. Continue. See if it starts from the beginning again. Oh, did it? Oh, thank God. Okay. And this time, oh, let me fix the VHS thing. General, that down, that up. Okay. Let me switch videos because I'm just gonna get boring. Alright. Okay, time to sweep the floor. Can I close? No. Alright, well. I really hope it doesn't break again, because this game so far has been pretty fun. I'm just hoping it doesn't break, because I want to know what to fix it. Alright, okay, let me find out. This works. Okay, which the last one? Isn't it over here? Wait, what? Oh, it's over here. Also, let me put away this first. Okay. Now, grab spilt milk. Spilt milk. Spilt milk. Okay. What do I do here? Like, is there a guy hiding somewhere that I'm supposed to be looking at? Well, I'm supposed to see that I've somehow missed. switch up what I'm supposed to do, because I don't know. And no matter what I do, I can't find anything. And oh, okay, so I have to return them to here. Oh, not here. Here. Oh, okay. I wish you would have told me this. 'Cause see, if I had known that, that would have been so much easier. Okay, now I know. Okay, we're good, guys. We're good. So it wasn't broken. I just didn't know what to do. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on? Am I on the ground? What's going on? I can't move? Where am I? Do I, um... Oh, guess I'm going back to work. Ah, so confused. Alright. I mean, nothing happened this time, so... Alright. Oh. Oh, okay, that's my boss, okay. Okay, actually, I'm gonna do what it wants me to do, just going from the front. Oh, is this my boss? Why is he up front? That guy's sprinting. Okay, actually. Oh, he actually did close this time. Okay. Okay, this music is deafening. Jeez. There we go. That's better. Alright. Oh, okay. Oh, multiple. Okay, 4. Okay. Okay. That music is so loud. Can I, like, turn it off? Because I don't want to sound volume. Because if I do that, yeah, I'll make it quieter. But if there's, like, a jump scare or something, I won't hear it. Well, as well. Okay, actually, that works here. So this one's just coffee, so that one's easy. Ooh, okay, I haven't done it. Wait. Oh. I thought it was coffee, which that's gonna be this. Then this. Boom, boom. Oh. Where is this? Is this the right one? Nope. There we go. American apple pie, which is going to be this one. I've started to know what's where, and the waffle is gonna be. Oh wait, this is. Oh no, the waffle's here. All right. Ah! Hey girl, thank you very much. Hmm. Ah, you look impressed. I don't know how to pronounce that, and I'm not gonna try So I don't want to be rude. Give me 1 second, chat. Alright, I am back. Okay. Oh, something's not right about this plate. 1 second. Alright, I am back again. What? There's no one there. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna... Let's see, am I able to walk out there? I'm not. Alright. Okay, my door. Close my door. Oh, is this the stalker? I don't know if it's just like a regular dude just with his hoodie up. What was that? Did you see him like out of nowhere? Yo, he didn't even say anything. That looks like a mask. Yeah, I don't like how he's just following wherever I move. I don't think any other customer's done that. What is it? Okay. There is a limit. Vanilla cappuccino, I'm assuming it's just... Yeah. Vanilla ice, milk, vanilla syrup, milk powder. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let me make sure I actually got that right. It is vanilla ice, milk, vanilla syrup. Okay, yeah, that's really easy. Okay, now we gotta get vanilla syrup, and then vanilla powder. I'll blend up some ice, which I should probably get down there. Who's next? Milk. Milk. So you want cappuccino, then just milk? Not gonna question it. If that's what he wants, that's what he wants. Job is just to make the drinks. I swear these are supposed to have coffee in them, but guess these ones don't. Alright, sir. Here's your vanilla cappuccino. I don't like how you stare at me. I'll just get 2 cold cups. And I'll just fill them with milk. 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 Okay. Gold cup number 1. Milk. Gold cup number 2. Milk. Oh, hold up. Where's my chat? Oh, that's why. Oh, okay. There we go. Nice chat. Okay. There we go. I guess it works. Where's he going? Where did he go? He, like, walked over there and just disappeared. Okay, why does everyone keep sprinting? Do you see that? Okay, okay, again, he's just staring at me. Stop. Okay, yeah, you can go. I'd rather not have you in my store. What do you want? Okay, how do I make whatever it is? Is it the chocolate chip cappuccino? Oh, never mind, he's gone. I think. Okay, I mean, that's not too bad. I don't think that's how to say bust the tables. Not gonna lie with you. Okay. Oh no. What is that? I'll go grab my, I'm too jumpy, chat. Like, just like, at trash. Okay, how do I... Okay, I just have to take out trash first, because apparently I'm guessing that's what it wants me to do. Okay, just grab all the trash. Oh, that was quick. Okay. Oh. There's more trash. I just didn't see it. It was hiding from me. I don't like how I can still hear the car out there. Okay, how do I... No, it's the toilet cleaning. Okay, so this is for the toilets. Okay, good to know, good to know. And what's this for? Cleaning rags. Is he just sitting out? Okay, why is there a guy? Okay. Okay, so this is how I do it. Okay. I want to see what this is. It looks like a picture of... What is this? Oh! That's not what I thought it was. So it's like a... It's like this. What is this picture? Yeah, it looks like the guy was standing right here and took a picture of me standing right there. Yeah? Unless it was maybe... Yeah, no, it's the only way they could have gotten the angle is if he was standing like here-ish, like right about there. I swear, my character's too trusting, dude. Okay. Is that just to shift over that quickly? Oh. That was loud for a second. What's that noise? don't think that's been playing every single time, has it? Jesus. You literally just moved at like light speed. Oh my. Can you move now? Jeez. Watch where you're going, young ones these days. You literally came running at me at light speed. You watch where you're going. Dude, that was. Oh, that was. My heart, dude. Oh no, why is another guy stalking? Oh, it's probably the same guy, not another guy. Why would she just appear, dude? Oh my heart, it can't handle this. Oh, that hurt. Just probably going to the front. Am I late again? Is my boss gonna be angry? It doesn't feel like I'm. Oh wait, no, I'm definitely late. Yeah, I'm late. Yeah, he doesn't look happy. Wait. Oh wait, this is my actual. Okay, this is actual first closing shift. Yeah. Dude, that actually was terrifying, dude. Okay, I didn't watch the game from like I heard about Joe talking about how this is like a really good game, like Joe Bartolozzi. So I thought, okay, I'll give it a shot. So far, it's been a really good game. I like it. And I'm hoping it's a longer game, so that way I can hopefully do like one long stream or oh, it's they're twins. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, going to the bathroom, macchiato, okay. Cinnamon roll, churros, cup of coffee. Ooh, okay. Hey, Remy, don't be rude. Be nice. Uh, so what if, like, so what if she wants to order that much? Let her. It's not. Yeah, like, you know what it is? Yes, she wanted macchiato. No. No. Ay, ay, ay. That's a lot. Okay. Let's see. Matcha cappuccino. I don't think she said that, but if they say so. Matcha is, where is it? Blended ice, milk, matcha powder, whipped cream. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Is there any syrups or at all? Okay, there's not. Okay. So I'll just. It's over here. Matcha powder, milk, whipped cream, and then blended ice. Dude, that girl popped. I'm still shook up about that. Not shook up, but it's like, I'm still like in shock of how fast she was moving with a baby too. Like, what is wrong with that lady? So I don't want this photo anymore. I'm trashing it. Strawberry cream roll. That sounds really good. Good choice. Oh, where is it? Wait, that's it? Nope, that's it. This strawberry cream roll. I'm not used to my crouch button being C. It's weird. I'm used to my crouch button being like shift and my R being run. Well, actually, I can change that. So let's make let's see, crouch shift, then run R. That works. Oh. Okay, so now if I shift, yep, that works, and then run. That works for me. Alright. So I can't toggle run. Okay, never mind. Alright. What's next? Strawberry churro. Do we have a strawberry churro? Is that what it is? Okay, no, I had a feeling. Oh, yes, you do have strawberry churro. Good choice. I like churros. I like strawberry, so that's pretty good. Okay, so now we need a coffee, and let me grab the whipped cream. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. And then caramel macchiato. Oh, it's gonna be up here. Coffee, steamed milk, caramel macchiato. Kind of makes sense. Did she say she wanted whipped cream? I don't remember. Okay, so start. Okay, let me just see. So it starts off steamed milk. Oh well. I guess. Watch, I'm not gonna add it because I don't remember she wanted it. Okay. Why can't I remember? Do I? What's it called? Dementia. Do I have dementia? Because I'm not remembering anything. Milk. No, not soy milk. Ew, 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 ew. Actually, I don't think I've ever had soy milk. Maybe it's good. Okay. Steamed milk. Boom. Oh, nope, that's wrong cup. I don't need another cup. I just need a lid. I'm thinking I want to place there. Boom. Alright, that should be good. Alright, we good? Is that lady okay in the bathroom? Oh. Thanks, I'll pay you back. Again, another guy sprinting. Oh, what's he doing? I really hope he doesn't steal, because I can't get out there to beat him. If you get that reference, you're my favorite. Hello. A latte. Hey, okay, that's nice. That's a nice thing to do. I like that. Um, what? I, uh, okay. I, is the okay? No, so they all follow you with their heads. Okay, I thought it was just him. Just a latte. I know how to do that, man. That one's easy. Oh no! Why does it keep making me grab the soy milk? I'm just trying to reach the normal milk. Milk. Okay. Take milk. All right. Then latte. There's that for you. Then a vanilla latte, which I'm assuming is just the same thing, just with vanilla sauce. No, yeah. Okay, I had a feeling. Okay, coffee. Then get another steamed milk going. Boom. Go here. Stop! Why? Why do you keep making me grab soy milk? Stop, please. I don't want soy milk. Okay, what's that? There's, and then that there's there. That there. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Camera zoomed in? Oh, whatever. That was fast. Let me close the door first. And are we closed or not? Let me go grab the rag. Okay, I thought the ice chest open. Okay, we're good. Alright, go grab the rag and sprint. Oh, that's a lot of trash. Man, all three of these girls didn't know how to clean up for themselves. Disappointed. Oh, this one's gold. Something gonna happen. Oh, it's snowing. Where are you, Christmas? Maybe they were all gold and I just didn't notice it. I could have sworn most of them were white though. I don't know. Oh, some of the thing. Oh, um, hello? Am I gonna have to go out there? Oh, nah. What? What? Um, guys? Guys? Um, I'm scared. Where did he go? Is he? The first day we met. Yes, at Chilla's. She smiled at me like a flower. Just thinking about it makes my heart pound. I've never felt this way before. I wonder if she's putting a smile on everyone's face like she does mine. That's creepy. I hope the police are here, because I need them. I don't feel safe. Jesus. What? Um, are those all pictures of me? Bro, a coffee? So he did come in and get a coffee. Oh no. Ugh. I know her best. Maybe after your father and no, your mother and father, I'll really be number one in time. Is he gonna kill my parents? He's gonna kill my parents. She talked to me. She picked up my phone and went out of her way to give it to me. I knew she felt the same way I did. We are in love. Today's our anniversary. I don't know you! Stop! No, I'm not going to work. I'm not going to work. That means it was the guy. That's wrong door. So it was the guy I gave the phone to. I'm locking myself in here. This works. Actually, can I look at the people, please? I'm gonna have to walk out. Is he gonna be out here? I'm gonna have to run. Just gonna start running anyways. Dude. Oh, okay, so the old lady who scared me last time isn't here now. Dude, where is he? Nope, 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 nope. Yes, go to work, go to work, go to work. Dude, no, 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 no. Uh, where's the bus? Oh no. I don't like this. Okay, so the bus is this way. Wait for bus. Come on, please hurry, bus. I'd really rather not be murdered. Okay. Looks like we're doing good. Never mind. Okay, we're safe. We're safe. Um, sir, who are you letting on? Oh, I was saying, is this guy gonna get hurt? Okay, what was that? Yeah, we're good. He just transforms into a demon right in front of my eyes. Dude, that was horrifying. Right? Um, sir, I was gonna look forwards. think we're good. There's no one there. Oh, he's letting me off. Never mind, never mind. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm just gonna immediately run in. Nope, nope, nope. Where is he? No, I'm not gonna question it. Is he outside? Where's my boss? Hello? Sir? Ah! Oh, oh my god. Why? You got scared? I got scared. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, he's a runner, he's a track star. Okay, good, he closed the door. Okay, it's gonna be really good. Caramel macchiato. Make sure I get this right, which is gonna be caramel, steamed milk, caramel sauce. Okay. Milk. Caramel sauce and caramel syrup. I think I said that backwards, but you guys get it. I look out of the corner of my eye. He's just standing there, and I snap my neck back to see him. Hi. Goodbye. Another caramel macchiato? Okay. I mean, if that's what this guy wants, he wants 2 of them and 2 drinks, okay. I'll do that for you. I can do it. Just hit my window? Okay, steamed milk. Place this here. Okay, buddy. There's your drink. What do I need? American scone caramel toffee. Okay, then we're gonna grab another one. Okay. So I can just boop, 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 boop. You can go now. Okay. Dude, he is zooming, dude. Okay. Anything on there? Nope. I hope it's not all just drive through tonight. Oh, lady, why are you walking? Like, lean back. Okay, what can I do for you? Green tea latte. Okay. Alright. That's a lot. Dude, she has a lot of them. 9,900 yen, which I'm not sure the conversion to USD, but I'm assuming it's not cheap. Oh, I will gladly take this actually. Can I just put it on? I mean, if it will keep me safe, I will gladly take it. Now, green tea latte. I'm assuming it just needs... Oh, it's over here. Wait, no, where is it? Oh, here. No syrup, steamed milk, much better. Okay, I mean, that's not too bad. It was syrup, correct? Not sauce? Okay, vanilla syrup, okay. Which I believe is this. No, it's sauce, okay. Syrup. Matcha powder. Milk pitchers. Okay, just like at my actual job, I love when customers are nice like this. Like when they're actually nice and not, you know, bad to us. I'm sure everyone who works fast food or, you know, the fast food industry understands where I'm coming from with this. American Waffle. Okay, that's easy. It's gonna be there. Alright. Have a great day. I love when customers are like that. They're so nice and everything, so it's perfect. I'm keeping my eye on this thing because I don't trust it anymore. I don't trust it, guys. I don't. You know, it's actually not smart to leave that open because someone could just climb in. Anyone? Oh, look, a customer. Is she also leaned back? She is. Just like, oh, no, that's actually really leaned back. Oh, well, what can I do for you? Okay, this girl, she's nice. Unlike the first lady who said I'm too ugly to be kidnapped. I mean, she was a little rude towards the end, but I think she was just really wanting me to join her thing more about her. Salted caramel. Okay, I can do that. So you grab this, grab milk, and then there's this. Steamed milk. Now let me double check. See what sauces I need. Need caramel syrup. Oh no, caramel syrup, hazelnut syrup, and chocolate sauce. Okay. Okay. Chocolate sauce, caramel syrup, and hazelnut syrup. Then do that, and then this should be it. Hey guys, I think I do pretty good in the coffee industry. I mean, I've been kind of flying through these orders here. Should I keep this on me? Okay, I have to, okay. I wish I could actually wear this so I could see it on my character, or role player, or... You guys know what I mean. Up there. And outside, nope. Well, I mean, I'd be able to hear their vehicle if they were here, so... I'm gonna grab a cup real fast so we can just have an empty hand. Can't tell. Okay, it's in the car. Sir, you're gonna need to get a shirt. Oh, hit that jig. Is she gonna dance in front of me, or? I mean, I don't know what this says, guys. Have a good night, I guess. Strange man. Dude, he was hitting that jig though. This game's actually really good. Oh, I guess I guess I have to clean the toilet. Oh, I guess I'll scrub this one on it. Let's see how bad what my boss did to the toilet. Please don't. Oh, I'm so glad I can't see it. So this is easy. Get cat swords one. Where did I get toilet paper from? I'm not sure. Okay, place that there. Toilet paper. Oh, toilet paper. Perfect. I'm gonna focus on the inside stuff first, and then I'll take out trash, because trash is like the last thing I want to do. Oh, looks like I'm taking out trash now. And I gotta be fast, because I feel like something's gonna happen while I'm out here. Okay. It happened again. Oh no. No. Stop. Why is there a countdown? What is that? Sir, what, latte. Okay. I'm assuming that's a timer on how fast I have to do this. Um, is that good? There's another one? Oh no, why is there so many? Latte? Okay, so I feel like it might just be the same thing over and over. Come on, please hurry. Hurry. Okay, I think it's just all gonna be lattes then. Thankfully, it's one of the easiest things to make. 2, please. Is this another latte? Why are they only ordering lattes? How much longer do I have? 23 seconds. Oh my god. What do I do? Why are there so many of them? Stop. Yeah, okay, it's another latte. Oh no. Oh no. What do I do? I'm stuck in here. No, 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 no. Oh, okay, it was just a nightmare. Dude, that was... I was stressing there. I was just... Oh, crap. I was just, like, rushing myself. Dude. I hope my car is okay now, so I don't have to go on that bus. Oh my god. Why am I... Okay, so I was being stalked. I knew I should have been looking out that door. I knew it. Why looks apparent? I just... Okay. Any new creepy letters? There's not. Okay, sick. Am I gonna get chased? I feel like there's always just chasing whenever you get into these tight and narrow areas. Also, snow everywhere. Okay, I should be able to drive my car now, because, you know, it's not snowing anymore. So I should be able to drive. Hopefully. Okay, I'm at work. Okay, sick. Okay. Oh wait, my stuff's still here. Wait, what? Did I just, like, leave my stuff? Haven't you been here before? I mean, if people like me, I'll take a look around, see if I can find anything. Thank you, because I'm scared. Oh my, those things slammed with force. Okay, hello. Ooh, that's a nice outfit. Oh, it's your, twin? Oh, there was business woman. Okay. Okay, no! That's good. Okay, so where was the guy taking pictures? You guys just said he was taking pictures, but you didn't say where he was. Latte. Oh no, the latte of doom. Milk. Okay. I'm gonna take stuff slower now because I don't have that nightmare to deal with anymore. Um, whose latte was that? No one grabbed it. Salted caramel mocha. God, I hate making this one because it's like the longest recipe. Thankfully, it's not all that hard either, but still. Okay, so it's gonna be hazelnut, moon, chocolate sauce, right? And then the steamed milk. Hello? Don't close on me. Okay, this one's not too hard, but it's just annoying because of how many stuff, how much stuff's in it. Chocolate chip cappuccino, which is blended ice, coffee, milk. Okay. Okay, actually, wait, is it syrup or sauce? Sauce, okay. Coffee. Is it milk or steamed milk? I'm assuming it's milk. Okay, it's just milk. Stop doing that. Okay, milk. I put that in the wrong cup. Nope, wrong thing. So I said wrong thing. Can I place that there? Oh no, I can't. Milk and sauce and cocoa powder. Okay. Sauce and bring some here and cocoa powder. Right. Now grab ice. Blender. I should probably put ice in there before I blend it, huh? I'm going to put this. Let's put that there. That's the wrong plate. I said cold cup plate. Alright, you guys can have a great day. Okay, so that's possible. Okay. What on earth? Okay, not seeing anything creepy. That's good. Oh, it's her. Ooh, I'm a fighter. Anyways, let me guess. Really? Oh, is she crying? What is that? Is that her? I can get this off my head. See me steamed milk. Right? Okay, yeah, what's steamed milk? Okay. thankfully this order isn't hard. It's just complicated because of how many steps there are. Alright, hey, don't hit me with your child. What's wrong with you? Wait a second, there's no baby in that stroller. What was she pushing? What on... That snow pile is insane. Alright. Hey, wait, am I supposed to know you? Also, where's my, bracelet go? My rosary bracelet? Why'd you say give me the usual? I don't know you. You've never been here before. I think I remembered having to grab the sweet red beans and butter bread. Take your butter bread. Okay, what's in the caramel macchiato? Caramel syrup and caramel sauce. Okay. Caramel sauce and caramel syrup, steamed milk. Nope, wrong thing. Milk. Steam it. More milk. There's your caramel macchiato. And then this one is sauce. I think I already messed up. I don't think it's sauce. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, sauce. Okay, yeah. Alright, you go in there. This, that. Whew. Alright. That should be good. Hey, what? Are you repairing the store's antenna this hour? No? Why? Okay, what? No! It's not my job to check it out! My job is not to check that out. My job is to make coffee. Am I gonna have to go on the roof? Okay, thank God I don't have to. At least not yet. So, I didn't leave that open. I'm guessing it's gonna be here. I don't want to do this. This is not what I want. Is there any... Okay, what's down here? I shouldn't be going in here. Wait, where am I? No, the guy who's been stalking me is living inside the building. No, no, no. That means he's been here pretty much every single day. Close, 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 close. Wait, what am I doing? Wait. I've never done this before. Hurry up. Okay, now what, now what, now what? Close the door. I should... What do I need to do? Do I have to product? I have to scan every product? Okay, where do I put this now? Do I throw it away? Okay, I do. Okay. Now do I just... What do I scan with this? I'm so confused. I'm scared of being... Okay, I only have 3 things left. Oh wait. 2 things left. Which is what? Let me go, let me go, let me go. No, my stuff. Oh no. What do I have to do? I'm so confused. Like, am I supposed to scan stuff? Which I don't really know what to scan. What do I do? Oh, is it this? No? Okay, so if he's not back there anymore, where is he? And what do I scan? Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, no, no, no. Please hurry, please hurry, please hurry. Hurry. Okay, yeah, flip, 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 flip. Jesus. What is that? Oh my god. Where did he come from? I can't move. What's happening to me? Let me go. No. Retry, retry, retry. Ooh, hold up, let me fix this, because I hate why it's doing this. That's so loud. Oh, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone. Dude, I need my stuff. Ah, now I have a weapon. have a weapon. Why am I not able to use it? Oh, why did my frames just drop? Oh, never mind. It's at 30,000? Okay. Whatever. Okay. I hate how I have to keep doing this. I wish I would save my stuff. So let me turn that down to there. Jeez. No. I'm gonna turn my brightness up to here so I can see better. I should be flipping the breaker, but it's not letting me. Like, do I go through the front door? I don't have my stuff. Is he waiting by my car? Where do I go? Oh wait, what? I was gonna say... do I climb out from the top? But, oh wait, here it is. Do I drop a brick on him? Okay. I now have a brick. What do I do with this? Why are these full again? What do I do? Oh wait, do I have to like... So I have a brick, I have a screwdriver. What do I do with it? I have a brick, I have a screwdriver. Go. So there isn't much for me to do. It's like my stuff is gone. But I can't go out to the back door because every time I do, I die. Like, do I go out there with the brick in my hand? Cause like, then do I hit him over the head with a brick? There has to be something for me to grab. Like, I mean, I can go up here. But I wish I could... Oh, I can. He killed the private investigator. Where is he so I can drop a brick on his head? Aha! Drop brick. Wait for it. Bonk. Oh. Okay, now I'm gonna go down there and stab him. Okay, he's down. Let me get down so I can go stab him with my screwdriver. I killed a man. As I picked up the brick, the man looked right at me. If I didn't drop it, I thought he would somehow get inside and kill me. That man looked terrifying. I don't even know him. Why did he... I had no choice. I didn't mean to kill him. I was scared. I ran to the police. Told the police everything that had happened. The police took me back to the scene. And that man was no longer there. There was no one there. Back home and told me to leave the rest of us. And went back to investigate. It's all over. I'm tired of all that happened. Now I want to rest peacefully at home. Guys. My character thought they killed him, but I didn't. Oh no. What's gonna happen? Oh wait, there's a window next to me. Am I gonna look at the window? He's gonna be right there. Oh no. No, 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 no. I'm scared. Oh no. Don't my doesn't my character remember? It was stolen. Is that my phone? Guys, no. Hurry. Okay, really? The lights are off. Oh my god. He's in my closet, isn't he? Oh my god, no! Oh, my character's stupid. Why would... Oh, I'm dead. Dude. That's a good game. That was good. Honestly. Shout out to the creators of this game. It's really good. Hmm. Yeah. I wonder if it's gonna be like a little after credit scene. But yeah. Shout out to the creators of shout out to Chilla's Arts or Chilla's I think is it Chilla's Arts? Shout out to them because this is a really good game. I like this game. And it's a rather cheap game. I think it was like $5. Wasn't expensive. And it was a good game. I like this game. It was a great game. I actually really liked it. Now how do I let me do BRB so I can go to BRB real fast so that way I can find the next game. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for being gone so long. I had pizza. I'm sorry. I will say it was really good pizza. Also, this game, I've heard. Whoa, what just happened? Uh oh. Uh oh. Okay, we're fixed. No, we're not. Are we? Okay, no, we're good. So, I've heard stuff about this game, but I haven't played it. I actually just bought it literally 5 minutes before stream. I'm excited to see it. Okay. Now, should I have both headsets? Okay, I'll do it. What you will do is I will. Whenever it says hands through, that way I can still hear, but it's not like deafening. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there's not a whole lot I can move. Okay. So it's walking. They're running. Well, let me sensitivity. Let's turn that up. These are like really low sensitivity. Oh wait, what? Why is it? Um. Why is the quality so low? What on earth? I mean, it's full screen. Yeah, this works. Oh, what on earth? No, this does not work. Hold up. Let me quit and then restart it because I don't know why it's not full screen. Yeah, like why is it to play it like this? Okay, this should be. Yeah, okay, that looks better. Sorry. Is it supposed to be like this? Yeah, why can't? Why are these the only options? Oh, Okay, that works. Oh yeah. Hey, we're fixed. Now let me turn up the sensitivity because that's so bad. Okay, is sensitivity activated? Yeah. Let's try high fidelity, see if, how much better. Oh wow, it's like a major difference. Okay, that works. This works. Oh yeah. Um, there we go. Okay. Hmm. Give me a second, chat. Let me fix this. There we go. Now I can see you again. Oh, okay. Okay, I need to pee badly. Okay, is this the bathroom? It's not. Where is my bathroom? Is there like a way to see controls? There isn't. F G T Y A. Nope, that's not it. I walk so slow. Is this my bathroom? I guess I'll never know. Yeah, that's not horrifying. Alright, bedtime. Okay, so how do I change my clothes? Here? Hmm. So it says I need to change my clothes. How? How do I switch my? How do I change my clothes? Hello? I need to change my clothes. How? There's nothing for me to click on here. I have to close the door? How do I close everything? How do I grab this? Hmm. I wish I could grab this. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying, but it's not letting me turn the light off. So, oh well. Oh well. Why can't I click this? It says, I need to turn off the lights so I'm not wasting electricity. Then let me click it! The game is so buggy. I mean, it looks great, but it's just... Let me down. Let's see how this happens. Let's see how what happens. Okay. I'm supposed to be sleeping now. Oh no. Hello? Who's over there turning off my light? You can't see over there. Let me see. If I do this, will I be able to see better? Oh. If I click this, is it still gonna move? Who is that in the kitchen? Ma'am? Oh, no. I'm gonna look away now. Oh, no. Oh, no, I see her leg. No, I'm gonna look up. Nope, I'm looking up. Oh, she's gone. Okay. I guess we're okay. Oh. Nope, I'll go back to sleep. Nope, back to sleep. Please. Hey. Please leave. No, thank you. Ma'am. Ma'am. Oh no. No, thank you. It's bright now. Okay. Are we okay now? What's that? Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Hello? Oh my god. I'm like looking around. There's nothing here. Looks up. Hey, so I had my lights off. Yeah, I had my light off. Why is it back on? Um. If you saw me, I went, whenever she appeared, dude, that was terrifying. This game's art is great, though. I love this game. So I would never sleep again. No, thank you. I'm hungry. I should eat before I go to sleep. Okay. Why is my sensitivity so low again? Did it Why is it... High fidelity. Let's go back into, like, the best settings. So, like, there we go. That's better. Alright. I'm sick. I already have my plate. Okay, let's go into my fridge and find something to eat. What? Oh my. Hello, hello. Hi. Yeah, I'm playing a game called Silent Still. It's, I'm not sure yet. We'll find out. But, oh, sick. I don't know what those red things are. Did it fix? Okay, time to eat. Why did they make it such a, like a, you just have a lot, dude. Come on. Hey, let me finish my food. Okay. Dude. Alright. I should take my plate and go clean it first. No? Okay. Okay. I had mashed potatoes, what looked like bread, and then red stuff. Well, you didn't taste very good, not gonna lie with you, man. Let me sleep with the lights on. Okay. Let's go to sleep now. Okay, let's see. Alright. Time to go to sleep. It's been 3 days. How am I still, like, have I just not slept in 3 days? Wait, left middle. Why do they change left middle bumper? You mean the scroll wheel? Or R&B? Whatever one that is. Oh, now I have to hold this. Okay. Oh, but if I click both, it restarts. Okay, but if I just... Oh. I don't have to hold it? Oh, okay, sick. Let me just... Okay. Let's see what we get. Alright, let's see experience 2. Oh, chapter 2. Out of body experience. Oh! Okay. Let's do it. Oh no. gonna be the exact same dream? Let me wake up. Okay, gotta check all my surroundings. Up, down, left, right. Okay, let me up. Let me move. Let me move. Come on. Wait, am I moving? No? Crap, dude. No. Is it gonna be the same lady again? Hello? Huh? I'm sorry, goodbye. My TV's on. Can I go watch TV? Hey, let me go watch TV, please. Please let me go watch TV. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, okay. So when I said I didn't want to be here anymore, I didn't mean I want to die. I meant I want to go watch TV. So please let me go and let me go watch TV. Okay. So please let me go and let me go watch TV. Going back to looking at the ceiling. No. Stop. Let me go to sleep. No, thank you. Also, there's still light at the end of my bed. Why did I just hear little girls giggle? Please let me go. Oh. Is that the nun? I'm gonna look up now. Oh, oh no. It's pitch black. I can't see anything. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Stop. Where is it? I don't think she does, dude. Oh. Oh, she looks emaciated. Are you hungry? I'll give you some while after dinner. No? I mean, you're in my kitchen. So, I mean, you have to be hungry, right? Ma'am, you don't have to be hungry. I have enough food for you, too. Do you want some? Are you asking if I have games on my phone? I don't, but I can get some if you want. Please stop. Don't come closer. How tall are you? Ma'am? Oh, hi, ma'am. Are you okay? Oh, ma'am? 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 Where'd she go? Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Oh, nah, I'm flying. I may taken away. Oh, that's my body. I'm not in there anymore. Wait, let me get scared. Wait, let me get scared. I'm not over there. Wait. Oh no 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 no. Stay away from me. Wake up. Wake up. You press E. I am pressing E. Stop. Look. No 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 no. Let me wake up. It's not over, is it? No, please don't look to your right. Two weeks? Have I not slept in 2 weeks? Oh no. Oh. Why is my leg going numb? Oh, I was getting drunk. Okay, nice. Finally, I finished my work. It's nighttime already? Oh no. Nighttime. Does that mean I get to go to work and not sleep? Yes, okay, I don't have to sleep right now. Am I gonna fall asleep at the wheel? I should probably grab this too. What does it say? Oh, where's my bat? Oh, ew. My dirt plate's still on the table from 2 weeks ago. Ew. Wait, I had beers. Why am I going to go driving? Drunk driving! Okay, so, there we go. I really hope I'm not in a truck, dude. Because if I'm in a truck, they're probably gonna be like, oh. Never mind. I guess I wasn't driving. Well, I guess I did drive, but I'm not there anymore. I feel like this would be more stressful for me. Is it silent? Okay. Is this one mine? It's not, okay. So, is this one mine? It is. Okay, so I got a pretty good one. Okay, I'll take it. Oh, wait. Oh, this is cool. It's like videos from their actual games. Yes, guys, we're gonna be watching this. I like how it works like an actual computer. Whoa, okay. This looks scary. lying. I'm curious about this one. Thou shalt not get. Kind of looks like the forest just remade. Analog horror type game. Well, that actually looks like my current house in like in game. Well, it's weird. I can't tell if like she's looking through the camera and doing it, or if this is stuff that already happened and that's why she's in the woods. I'm assuming it's a she. Okay, I'm assuming there's gonna be like chase scene, like oh, it shows chasing. Oh, I don't like the creaking. Dude, that looks scary. Music player. I don't want to click any of these right now. Because I feel like they're all copyright. I'm gonna search up if these are copyright real fast, because if I listen to these, I don't want to later. So remind me later. Damn. Right. Is it by artificial music? Okay, so yeah. I can just listen to it like this. Okay, see, I'm pretty sure these are all copyright. And even if they are, I'm not gonna risk it, so I'm assuming they're all pretty good. No, no. Is this like an actual notepad? Oh, it's not. Can I create one? I can. Oh, I like that clicking. Hey, Corey. I was lied to. Oh, wait, hold on. Hey, Corey. Open photo gallery. I was lied to. Again. Ah. Hey, Corey. Open photo gallery. Boo. It doesn't work. Well, it's just like something I have to. Commander? Is this an actual command prompt? What is this? Why did they just remake this? Like, why did they remake a whole laptop? Oh, web browser. Apple. Oh. I don't have internet. No, poo. Why don't I have an internet connection? Oh wait, I actually don't have an internet. Let's do free for all. Connect. No, you know what'd be scary? If it actually showed no. Oh, there's only three of them. Boo. I don't know what that's downloading. Hope it's nothing. Not gonna question it. Gonna close that. I said gonna close that. Oh. Next gen solutions. Oh. Hmm. I'd like to say that you're promoted. Hmm. Okay. No questions. Is this actually my PC? Because that would be a pretty dope thing to have. Actually, hold up. Ooh, I like that one. Now, if I which one right now, and mm, okay, did it reset? Okay, why does it keep doing that? Uh, mm, okay, we're here now. So now if I go over to this one, there we go. Let's chat. We have about 23 minutes left on stream. because that would have been about 3.5 hours. So you have a good little bit of time left, but not too much time. Hold up. Give me 1 second, chat. Why is this not set up? Hold up. Twitch. Like a. My video? Huh. Uh, okay. So is the ad running? Um. Huh. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Great. Alright. Alright. Let me. Boop. I'll walk over here. Why is there already water in here? If I put this in there before I left to go to work, that water would be cold by now. Oh well. I'm not gonna question it because they don't want to show actual stuff. They could just like blur it, But it's really makes sense to wear shorts in the bath. What was that? If I think if I do this, it sounds like when I do this. I guess I'm crazy. Never mind. Oh. Oh. My leg. Oh, I think I just fell asleep. Wait, I'm still moving, so I can't be. I'm in the bathtub and I have sleep paralysis. No, 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 no. It's like every time my character talks about having sleep paralysis, I have sleep paralysis. So maybe, hear me out. Stop thinking about it. Stop talking about it. Stop writing about it. You know? I feel like that'd probably help a little bit. Hello? Hello? I don't like it because this one has a lot less room for it to be. That's there, there, and there. Yeah, please stop. Don't. It's fine. Oh no, it's just the water moving. Stop, please. No, go away. Stop. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. What is that noise? You know what probably help is if I started closing doors behind me, you know? Did someone just run by? Like if I'm going into a room, close the doors. What was that? No! Why is she back? Leave! Don't come here. They... Guys? Please turn... Oh, thank you. I was gonna say, please turn on the lights. Am I gonna be left alone now? Can I go back to... Whoa, buddy. Oh, if I do this, it like glitches the shorts. Can I go back to sleep now? Please? Please? I want to go back to sleep. Since I can't move, let me just... Chapstick. Okay. Hello? Is someone outside that door? Or are they above me? Oh, okay, never mind. Oh my god. Oh, my chest. I was like, since there's nothing here, let me look to my left. Ah! Dude, that was... Wake up, 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 wake up. Come on, dude. Why? Stop. Wait. The light's still on. Please don't come near me. I'm just a little boy. No. No. Oh, looking down. Looking down. Looking down. Looking down. Ma'am. Oh, no. You roll way too close. Is she drowning me? Meow. It's weird because when the lights are off, they're actually on because that light is still on above me. It's just dark all around me. Hello, welcome to stream. Wait, is that the end? Is that all? I spent like $4. I spent like $4 on this game. Yeah, it's not bad. I could just buy the second one, but I don't want to do that right now. But pretty good game though. That was a pretty good game. It is still a little early, so here's what I'll do. I am going to quickly find a little short story, like a little short video, like a little short horror story. What's it called? It's not a horror story. It's a what is it called? Not a horror story. Horror mini movie.
Never made it out.
Okay. Horror short. Oh, short film. That's what it was. Okay, let's do this one.
Why choose?
So I do have ads, by the way. Unfortunately. Stream. Now let me add a little source, which will only capture. Actually, if I just
Choose between
this, then okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. That one. Okay. Now, can I make it so it only picks up the video? Here, let me look at this. Window capture, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, select window. This. Now I'm going to delete the display capture and drag this down to the bottom. Alright. Oh. Why? Okay, why does it keep going into chat? I drag it below my grouped thing, and for some reason it just automatically puts it in there. Let me try moving this up there. Oh, that's not what I wanted, but okay. Okay. Chat. Window capture. Right down. Okay. Please don't be in webcam. I'll fix that once I'm done. Okay, there we go. We're gonna full screen this. All right,
getting things done and doing things with the ones you love. Baker's same-day pickup and delivery.
Okay. Double Vision, independent. Wait, hold. This short film is called Double Vision. It's an independent short film by Isabel Kaiser. Yeah. Let's see what we got. So we're because the game ended, because the Silent Hill game, it ended sooner than I thought it would. We are going to be watching a short film or two because, well, the game was too slow, too short. Oh, this is like a really smooth smooth recording. The camera quality is amazing too. Petsy Zero. Better than any other stuff. You can't change my mind. Okay. Ooh, trolleys. Okay. Snyder's. I mean, not terrible. Chocolate cookies. Chocolate chip cookies. Hear me out. Hear me out. See, it's hard to choose, huh? Oh, why are you walking away? They have the blue Doritos. They have flaming hot Cheetos. Barbecue Lay's. Those look like jalapeno chips. Can't really tell though. Oh, those ones. Those are the salsa. Yeah, I was gonna say. Also, I think you spelled Takis wrong. Those are the salsa sunflower. Not sunflower. Salsa sun chips. There we are. Then the sour cream and onion. Okay. Is that beef jerky? Dude, beef jerky has to be expensive though. Okay, we got some good snacks. Sour Skittles. Okay, we have some pretty good snacks in there. Is that Toblerone? Dude, what vending machine has all this? This is like god tier vending machine. The only thing that's missing is the regular Doritos here. That's the only thing that's missing. Also, those are big bags. Those aren't like the little small bags. Oh, it's a moon pie. Oh, dope. Looks like possibly an oatmeal cookie. Is that a Pop-Tart? I can't tell what that is. Twix. Pretty good choice. Those are all really good choices, though. Exactly, I'm eating them all, too. Those are really good choices. Let's see what we got. This kind of looks like Nuketown. Like, the yellow building kind of looks like a Nuketown building. Sorry for pausing me so much. It's just, I'm noticing a lot of little details, and I love it. Also, do you see this camera quality? This camera quality is beautiful. Oh, I actually clicked mute. Why is it only at 55? We don't want it to be deafening. There we go. I love when short films do this. Okay, I would have already had my keys out. Dude, I would have already had my keys out. I'm not going searching through my bag trying to find the keys. No, I'm going and getting in there. I'm not. What is she doing? Does she know how dangerous doing that is? I feel like I should. You can't really see my hands at all. Exactly, like, especially if you have your keys out, you can use them as a weapon in case something comes at you. But no, she's just la, 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 la. At night too. What was she even doing at night? Okay, heavy fingers. Dang. Like, dude, what on earth? Oh no. Ma'am, your door opened. So it didn't make any noise. How would you know it's? I mean, I'm pretty observant. How you go? Oh. This is not gonna end well for her at all. Okay, smart. Never look downstairs if the light's not on. That's smart. Okay. Exactly. Like, I did. So she didn't leave that open, meaning either her doppelganger has the same key or she left it unlocked. Like, I feel like it'd be scary if the doppelganger has the same key as her and she actually did lock it. Because I mean, she's smart. But if she didn't lock it and the doppelganger just went, huh, the door's unlocked. Creak. I'm freaking out. I'm not just gonna go, oh well. Did you actually lock it this time? Oh no. So That's when you walk out your house while keeping your eyes on the stairs. What? Oh my god. Oh my god, this girl's stupid. Why would you... Okay, so there's someone standing at the top of your stairs, right? Okay, imagine this right now, okay? Imagine this. Someone standing at the top of your stairs, looking down at you. Exactly! The worst of all these things I've ever heard of. But like, imagine this. You're standing at the top, you're standing at the bottom of your stairs, you look up. You see a face staring at you, right? Okay, we have a few options, okay? Option 1. Walk out the door. Okay, that's one option. 2. Walk up the stairs. Not a very good one, but still an option. 3. Run out the door, but backpedal as fast as you can while keeping your eyes on the stairs to make sure she doesn't run at you. And if she does, that's when you turn around and start sprinting, right? Or option 4. Turn the light off, close your eyes. Which one would you choose? I wouldn't choose option 4, that's for sure. The only good, well, I mean, 2 and 3 were pretty good options, but I think 3 was probably the best, you know, because, like, she's just, why is she just standing there going, like, what are you, she's not even peeking. She want to die? Stupid, run! Watch, she's gonna look up and it's gonna be gone, or closer. Stupid, stop cover, oh my god. Or actually, you know what? Another survival instinct I would immediately have? Grab a weapon! Like, I'm pretty sure it's exactly what happens, because, like, you go, ah, someone's at the top of my stairs. And then, after, like, a minute, you go, actually, you go, with your eyes closed still, look at the ground, look on the light, then you look, and it's closer. And your reaction, not, run away! She's gonna kill me! No, it's, sit on the ground. Like, exactly! I have swords! I have knives! I was gonna pull out my knife and show you guys, but I can't really do that because I'm not sure if I'll get, you know, in trouble, but, like, I have weapons! I'm immediately running! Knife! And throwing it at it. It's like, please don't do it, stupid. Don't. Really? Okay, so that means this doppelganger, do you know what had to have happened? Yeah, literally anything. But the doppelganger would have had to come all the way downstairs and she didn't hear it or feel its presence nearby. Or, and actually, while I was doing that, it would have had to do this. Come downstairs, walk right in front of her pretty much, go around the corner and stare at her. But I will be honest, that was a great video. That is a really good video. Never Out Loud. Chat, should we watch a few more? Like, 1 or 2 more? This one's longer. It's, you know, almost 2 times longer. No, 3 times longer, actually. Let's go. Let's do it. I'm not gonna have my editors turn me watching the videos into, you know, a separate video for YouTube. I think it's a pretty good option, you know? Skip. Let's play that, guys. Next stream, we're playing that. And this one's called Never Out Loud. It's an independent short film by the same girl. I forgot her name. I'm not gonna lie to you. I forgot what her name was. But yeah, okay. Isabel Kaiser. I'm assuming it's Kaiser. It could be something else. I could be completely wrong, honestly. Also, what do we think of, like, the new setup? You know, before I had, like, the 4 tabs here all at once. It didn't look bad, but didn't look good. But now, I have this one swapping out. But yeah, it was swapping out. So, it shows everything. like most recent sub, tip, cheer, whatever. And in the middle, we have my socials. We have one YouTube channel, then we have my Twitch, and then we also have my third YouTube channel. Got chat here, and anyone who subscribes will be shown. It will show like a sub goal 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, and if you sub, your name will appear here on the once it gets to most recent sub. Yeah, I honestly think, yeah, I think it's more spacious too. I feel like because before I had like a big watch, I think it's less spacious because I have more stuff. But I think it's more organized so it looks better. Because before I had like just a massive thing of chat, and then the four things I think it was over here, and that was also pretty big. But I feel like now it looks really good because it has more like area over here, which is where most stuff is going to be. So I feel like pretty good, huh? I'd say so. Also, before I had my webcam, like, well, I didn't have a webcam before because it's my first stream with a webcam, but like while testing, I had it like go like the webcam like this big, which like last night I saw it and I was like, holy cow, I don't need it to be that big because they'll probably want to see me, maybe, probably not, but I mean hopefully at least because it's me and I'm the one streaming, so and I have my chat the same size and everything, but you can still read it. So I mean, I feel like it works. Okay, again, camera quality. Why is it so beautiful? And because of how high my bitrate and everything is, it will actually show the quality of the beauty, which I love. Dude, this is a beautiful picture. I love this creator, pretty well, movie maker, filmmaker, whatever you want to call it. Like a Lusk. Lusk? Yeah. So, looks like the other one was only Isabel. This one looks like another person did it. I'll just punch my headset. Let's do this now. Oh wow, I can't hear anything other than these are the same shoes. Oh, those are cute. Again, this camera quality. You can't really get this camera quality unless you know what you're doing really well. Because you can see each individual hair strand, which I mean, you can't really do with mine because I have a darker hair color and I don't have like a good amount of light on me. All I have is like those and then my LED lights, but and also I don't look as good as her, so that's another thing. Yeah. Let me also move my mouse off screen so it's not a thing. Dude, that's so beautiful, dude. Yeah, when I was younger, I would watch these videos of like Nerf, but it was like, how do I explain it? It's like Nerf videos, but it had a storyline. So it's like the way that she just stood up, like, hold up, that it reminded me of it. Because a lot of times they would have them stand up, and it would go from focusing on the background to focusing on the character and the actor immediately. And I've always thought that looked really good. So it's nice to see another like person's actually making short films use that in the film. Yeah, this one's a 14-minute long one, so it's gonna be pretty long. Oh, here's the other person. Nice. I don't think this is a horror film, though. I think it's just an independent film. Also, they don't only make horror. Okay, that means. Although, okay, well, I mean, is this a horror? Oh, this is like a sad story. So actually, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save this one for another day. like that's a more sad sort of day because we want to do horror short films right now. So I'm gonna find another horror short film. But actually, I will subscribe to her because her videos, I can already tell her content's amazing. So I'll be back once I find the video.
Five bowls. $5, 0 leftovers. $5 bowls at KFC.
All right, this one is called "Don't Look Away" by let's see, by Christopher Cox. I have seen this one before, but it's really good and I enjoyed it. But it's been a couple years since I saw it, so I might not remember it.
Savannah, quit doing your makeup and do what Dad told you to do.
I'm not mowing the lawn, Jim!
But Mom's visiting and Dad wants the house.
Yeah, wait a second. Usually the brother or son, whatever you want to call them, usually they're the ones who get sent out to do the lawn.
Yeah, well, I already vacuumed both our rooms, so how about you get some shit done?
Hey,
Hey.
here, bitch.
Fight. Oh.
You know, you're becoming a lot like Mom, right? Always slamming doors in men's faces.
Go away!
Alright, well, whatever. Dad's gonna be home soon. It's gonna rain in a few minutes.
This camera quality isn't nearly as good as the last one, but you know, for this being an 8-year-old video, like what is it? Yeah, 8-year-old video, doesn't look bad.
So, you're too late anyway.
Idiot.
So, no, thank you. I'm immediately freaking out and shooting it.
Hello?
Hey, Savannah. Hey, I won't be home for another hour, so just tell your brother to mow the lawn tomorrow. Your mom will probably be there soon anyways.
Yeah, Dad, when is Mom supposed to get here again?
About 4:30, but knowing her, she'll probably be early.
Okay, 'cause
Get some for what?
there's a weird man standing outside our window staring at me.
No.
A man? What does he look like?
He's like wearing a dirty
So, who is this guy?
suit with like a black tie, and he has like a bag over his head with chains. He looks really creepy.
And it's just staring at you? Not moving or anything.
Uh-huh.
Savannah, listen to me. Don't look away. Okay, do not leave that spot. I will be home in 10 minutes.
What?
Okay, so I'm immediately asking my dad, "Hey, Dad, explain why should I look away? Because we're on the phone. I'm not looking away, but why shouldn't I look away? And what is this? And who is this? I need some explanations here, Dad."
Hey, what's gonna happen? Is something bad gonna happen if I
Sweetie,
don't?
just listen to me and do not look away from it. Tell your brother to lock the doors. I'll be there soon.
Oh no.
Yo, Savannah, you got my phone charger?
Jim, listen to me very carefully.
Yo.
Jim, lock all the doors in the house now.
Wow, you really don't want to mow.
Jim, just shut up and lock all the doors in the house.
Why?
Wait. So he's leaning in on that frame.
Now.
They should really make it more continuity purpose-wise, but
Very
it's
careful.
still pretty good. It's like
Yo.
he's leaning on the door and then he's
Lock all
not.
the doors in the house now.
Then he's leaning on it.
You really
again.
don't want to mow.
Jim, just shut up and lock all the doors in the house.
Oh,
Why? What are you looking at?
No, you idiot.
Oh, what the hell is that?
You can see it too.
Yeah, creepy suit guy.
you can see too. I sure hope you can. It's a man standing in your lawn. You can see it too? Yeah, I should be able to see it.
He's staring at me.
Okay, whatever you do, Don't look away.
Why?
Because Dad called and I told him about it, and that's what he said. Don't look away. He didn't explain why.
Okay, wait. Okay, so what's going on?
I don't know, okay? Just stay here. I'm gonna go lock all the doors.
Well, wait, aren't you supposed to stay here and look at it?
I think if one of us is looking at it, it's fine. Just stay here.
Why can't I?
Because I don't trust you.
Yeah, I feel like, why is their door open? That's already stupid, dude. I just said this in the last one. Don't leave your doors open, 1. 2, lock your doors once you're inside, because it's stupid not to. Right? Now here's another issue. Why? Also, yeah, I feel like it's a fair thing not to trust your brother to do that, because he told him, go lock the doors. Instead of him going to lock the doors, he says, why? Go lock the doors. We live in the suburbs, but believe it or not, that's the place that gets robbed the most. So it's like, even if, like, so what if I tell you to go lock the doors? It's like, go lock them. I don't want to risk my life because of your stupidity. And they're rich, dang.
Is it still there?
Exactly, like if someone says, Jim, go lock the doors, I'm gonna be like, exactly. It's like if someone says go lock the doors, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna say, wait, why? And they say just go lock them, I'm gonna be like, you got it, I'm gonna go lock them, and I'm gonna go lock them. But the fact they left the door open, I'm hoping that let's just keep watching.
And nothing's changed?
I'm still staring at it, aren't I?
Okay, so yeah, I had a feeling. So I'm hoping the door open was that the creature or whatever it was getting inside the house, so that's why the door was unlocked or open. I'm hoping that's why it was open, not that they just leave it open, especially during the summer, which it looks like it's either summer or spring, one of the two. During that time, you shouldn't have your doors open at all because it's hot, and hot air inside the house doesn't feel good.
You stupid asshole! I told you not to look away!
I didn't look away.
Yes, you did! Otherwise, it would still be there!
It is still there.
Why do you have to lie to me all the time?
Savannah, I'm not lying to you. It is still there for me.
Oh. That's not good.
Why do you see it but I don't?
I don't know. Maybe because you looked away?
Then, where did it go?
What is going on? It's in here? Okay. When is Dad gonna get here? Savannah? Savannah, talk to me here.
Oh, it's following her. Oh no.
If it sees us, we can't move. So, what if it isn't able to see us at all?
What, you mean like shut its eyes?
I have tape in my drawer.
Okay, who just has tape in their drawer? I understand if they had it in the garage, but like just in the drawer of your bedroom?
Okay.
I would just stab it in the eyes, you know? Yeah, tape it. Oh no, what's it gonna do? If you stab it in the eyes, it's kind of screwed. Because, like, take it out. Oh no, they can't see. Leave it in. Oh no, they can't see. No matter what, they can't see. And she has pencils in there, so she just go, and it's done, you know? Unless it's immortal. Might be. Also, I wouldn't get close to it. Just me? Exactly. I wouldn't want to get close to it because 1, it looks disgusting. 2, why would you go near it? It's a random thing in your house that you don't understand, and your immediately thought is, I should cover it. No, you should grab a pencil, and you know, yeah, you have to get close to it, but you can still, you can punch it, you can do anything. But your idea is, that I think I do have tape, but that's just I was working on earlier. But like, say, I don't know where the end of it is, but okay. Let me grab my knife. Wait, grab some tape real fast, just so I can prove a point. I wish tape was easier to, you know, unravel, but it's not, so. Here's the end of it. Let me use my knife to pry up the edge of it. I was working earlier, so don't ask why. Yeah, I know, I was just talking about how they have tape in their drawer, but I was working earlier. She just has it in her drawer. Okay. Okay, really? It just ripped. Okay, thank you. I guess. Let me pull up this side now so I can actually get a piece of it. So how'd she rip it off so easy? Unless it's like painter's tape, which honestly would do jack diddly squat because you can actually see through painter's tape. Not easily, but you can see through it. You want to get something like duct tape if you want to cover its eyes. But no, that's too much work. One second, chat. It shouldn't take too much longer here. I've almost got it. Try not to ruin the roll of tape though, so try to be careful. There we go. Okay. Oh my god, I just ripped it even more. Okay, thank you. I guess. Come on. Don't get it. Okay, so her thought process is oh, what? Why is it all cut up? Oh, tape smells weird. I had to rip off a bit more than what I wanted to, but it's still the same concept. And yeah, it's not painter's tape or whatever, but it's tape. So her thought process is instead of attacking it, she goes, oh, gently, and then covered it. Like, dude, what on it? What kind of, I was gonna say big brain move is that, but it's not really big brain, it's more like small brain, but you know. Yeah, what kind of idea is that? It's just to cover its eyes in tape. Whatever. It looks like it's gonna kill her. It doesn't look happy. Well, I mean, I can't really tell, but you know what I mean. Oh.
Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, while you do more of what you love.
Shut up, TurboTax.
We focus on making
Stop. Okay, it's back.
Well, did it work?
I don't want to keep giving I don't want to keep just giving free it's called free advertisement to random companies. Exactly. Why does it keep I need to get YouTube Premium, that way I don't have to like watch ads while streaming, because you know how stupid that is? I'm trying to stream and it goes also hold up. Isn't Opera, because I use Opera, isn't Opera supposed to block ads I get? Like, probably doesn't block them if you're on YouTube, but still, come on, guys. I mean, I guess I could. I mean, I have enough money, so I could get a premium, especially since I still like that 1 month free thing. But like, come on, dude. Really? I'm tired of getting free advertisement placement. Yeah, I know I'm not a big streamer. Oh, wait. But even so, I don't want to just keep giving them free advertisement, because I'm not getting paid for doing that, and they're just going, oh, look. Canes. Oh, look. Blah, blah, blah. TurboTax. Like, stop. Let's see. Idiot. 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 You did it before where you pulled out your my phone's right in front of me, but you pulled out your phone and you went, while still looking at it, you just went, well, okay, let me take this off real fast. But yeah, she did it before. She went, because his dad answered and she went, Dad, what's this out in the yard? But instead she went like this. Dad, like, why would you look away? You already know what happens when you look away. Yeah, he taped his eyes. It teleported. Why would you think tape was gonna stop it. If it can teleport, a little bit of tape isn't gonna stop its power to teleport. Like, what? It teleports. You're not gonna be able to get away from it by taping it. Wait, hold up. He looked away. How is it still there? He looks away, looks back. They're just breaking their own rules now. Their own rules was, if you look away, it moves. He looks back. It's still there. Yeah, kill it. Kill it. Oh. I like how it wasn't even like, they weren't even trying to make it look like he was pressing. It just went like this. It was just holding her. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe, like, if you look away from it and you see, and, like, someone else is getting attacked by the other one, maybe you could see the one that, like, if you look away from it, it's actually there. So you can still see it. Wait, why does it keep muting the intro music? Stop. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, when you look away from it, it's still there. You just can't see it, you know? But, like, like, if you look away from yours, it's still gonna be, it's not gonna be there anymore, because, like, you looked away. And I'm guessing that it, will merge with that one. But if it's going how I'm thinking it's going, because it seems like the dad knows what it is and knows how to beat it, which is why he says, wait for me, you know? I'm assuming he's gonna, like, I don't know how to explain it, but, like, I'm guessing when they merge, it'll kill both, hopefully? Wait, but no, because if he knows how to beat it, then he should know, like, if he knows how to beat it, then it should be gone by now, because he knows how to beat it. So, is it multiplying? Like, every time someone looks away from it, and then, like, every time someone looks at it, then looks away from it, does it multiply? That's the only explanation I can find, you know? Okay, looks like this is the way to beat it. Oh. That poor mirror. I assume so, because that's what it's like looking like.
What's that? What's going on?
I'm sorry, sweetie. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow.
No, you're telling me right now.
I don't even know how to explain it. It all started when I first met your mother. It followed us, even after you two were born. I tried to ignore it, but now it's going after you.
Oh, shit.
What? It's not there?
Wait.
What's not there?
Okay, so that just entirely proved me wrong. Okay, so it looks like what I'm assuming. Again, I'm always assuming, but don't ever assume because it makes I forgot saying, but you know, because like he looked away from his, so I'm assuming it's actually every time someone looks at it, it multiplies the entity. So there's actually two of them. So when he looks away from his, it still exists, but yeah, it still exists. It's still there. But it's moving away, so it's not technically there, but it's actually, you know what I mean? Like, it's not technically, it's not there anymore, but it has free reign now that no one's looking at it. And hers, though, she could still see it, or no. Since she was looking at it, he could see it. Same reason why when he walked in the room, when he looked out the window, he could see it. That's my assumption, though.
The one that I was looking at. I had to look away when it attacked her. I had to.
You told me there was only one.
Yes, when Jim went to go look at it too, I told him not to look away while I went to go lock all the doors, and he never looked away.
And then it showed up in here?
Yes.
When you look away, it gets closer. Because Jim was watching him. When you left, it made another.
Oh my god, we were right.
So there's another one?
Where? Oh my... Me and him are so locked in. Oh my god. We both said, where? At the same time. Oh my god. Why would it ring the doorbell? They're like, where? Ding dong. Oh my god, it's here. Why would it ring the doorbell though? It just.
Here.
Oh, never mind. So they're just not gonna worry about it? Okay. That works, I guess. Exactly. It's like, ding dong, may I come in to kill you now? Oh, so it's like down the street. Okay. Wait, but it got further away. So it's like, if you kill one, does it make one go away? Like, well, not go away, but does it make it go further away? What? That's a good. That was a good one. Holy crap! He did everything pretty much, other than acting. Unless he was. Wait, actually, let me see. What's he look like? Let's see. What does he look like? Whoa! Oh wait. See, it can do what it wants. Like, it can either come closer, or it can go further away. Wait, don't look away challenge? Oh no! This is different. This is different. This is... What is this? Don't look away challenge.mp4. You know what's scary? Is when I record videos, I record in MP4, so it's like, it feels like it's as if I recorded it. Wait, what? I don't know. Wait, is that the guy? I was gonna say, is that the guy who was the dad in that one? Oh, so, wait, what? He creates horror films, but he also explains how he does it? That's kind of cool. Which one? This one? Or, you know what? Is it really just like a countdown? Let's find out. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and I'm going to mute my intro so that way you can't hear it. Okay, so yeah, I was scrolling through it, and literally all it is it's just like a timer that you watch through, and sometimes it'll like do this. It's like bright, so it'll like make you blink. This is stupid. Okay, I mean, at least he's still creating videos, because this video, but this is like 8 years later. Also, 3 months ago, was it Halloween 3 months ago? I don't remember. Whatever. Alright, well, time to go find another video. Should we do psychological thrillers? So it's not jump scares, but it's like, it messes with your brain. I love psychological horror. Like, that was like the, Ooh, this one's called, The Sound, a short psychological horror film. Oh, these all look so good. I love... like, psychological horror is like the same thing that I watched, not watched, that I was playing earlier. It's called, exactly, like, the horror game I was playing earlier, like, before, Silent Still. That one is a psychological horror, because it makes your brain think something's gonna happen. That's why anytime I was sitting out trash, I was, like, running to do it, so I wasn't getting stuck there. But every time, nothing would happen, which is what psychological does. It makes you feel like something's gonna happen, even if it's not gonna happen. That's why I love it, because it messes with your mind. Okay, this one's called The Sound. It's a short psychological horror called by Waterhouse Films. It was made 4 years ago, so I'm hoping it's gonna be good. The noise next door? Oh, that's by him. Whoa, hold up. Wait, guys, hold up. Let Me In, a 2022. So that's not 1 Minute in Hell. Ooh. I think have I watched this before? we're going to wait, hold on, stop. We're gonna put this in our save to watch later, because we might have to watch this, chat. It's also 23 minutes. Jeez, this one's 11 minutes. I hope this one's really well. Exactly. I love it because I'm a paranoid person, so the fact I think I have too, but even if I have, it looks good. I love SCP, so it has to be good. Wait, if you've ever watched what's it called? It's not the Gallagher's. What is it called? Shows. It's on Netflix. Shameless. He kind of looks like who's the guy who runs the bar? I watched the show like a year ago. It's a really good show. If you haven't watched it, I suggest you watch it. It's good. But I feel like he looks kind of like not the main guy, the guy from the bar. Kev, that's it, Kev. It was like on the tip of my tongue. I just didn't know what it was. I feel like he kind of looks like Kev, don't you think? Like especially the side profile, like that. Do you see it? I really hope this is a good one. So it looks like he has kids. Okay. Is he burying his kids? That'd be kind of messed up to do in your own backyard, but if that's where you want to bury your kids, you do that, pal. I think I used to have that exact same Keurig. Okay, I like this. I already like this because, I mean, yeah, you can still tell what it says, but at least they tried to hide it by turning it around, so it's not like product placement, placement, you know? Nice cold glass of water. Okay, good choice, good choice. Instead of the bourbon. Or whiskey. It was either bourbon or whiskey, I couldn't tell. Didn't get a view. Whoa. Oh, I would go crazy. I'd be like, what is that? I was waiting for the sound to start again and just be like, dong, 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 dong. It's like, it only happens whenever he drinks water. Just start drinking Pepsi. Not water. I'm out of Pepsi. God. Oh my. There is. Oh yeah. What's in the ceiling? It sounds like it's about to start a beating. Beating? No. It sounds like it's about to start a beat. I feel like it's not loud enough to make me just like, like, you know, I feel like it'd be like, whatever, and then just power through it. Now if it was like right here, exactly, like if it was right here though, I feel like it'd be like, okay, that's enough. It's like boom, 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 boom. And it like doesn't change ever. It's exact all times. Where is it coming from? Ooh, that's a pretty good fish tank. Where is it coming from? Okay, he's just like, okay, I give up. That's probably what I would do. Oh, he's not gonna lay down? Oh, okay. Oh, that's so weird. Every time the beat plays, my audio level, it goes dong, dong, dong. I mean, it makes sense, 'cause, you know. Also, you know what I love? I love how when I speak, the audio, it will, like, quiet down, so it's not, like, trying to compete with me. It quiets down so that my voice is heard, but it's still heard, but it's less, like, prominent. Like now if I start speaking, it's gonna start lowering, so you can still hear it, but you can also hear my voice better. It sounds like a clock. Except just sped up. That might actually be what they did to get that sound. They might have grabbed the sound of like an old, like a wall clock, and then just sped it up, but also like dropped the pitch to get the. So it sounds like a mechanical clicking. It's like, okay, that's it. Wait. It's coming from the kitchen. It's coming from outside? Remember, was he buried? No, it's quieter now. What? Wait, is it on the roof? It's got some beat. It's got some bass to it now. Boom, 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 boom. Where is it? It sounds like it's everywhere, but nowhere at the same time. I don't think it's gonna fix anything, dude. Oh, it's. I was gonna say it stopped. No, it didn't. He might just be crazy, chat. He might literally just be crazy. There's still 6 minutes left. I thought it was almost over. Is he? I thought he was ripping the walls up. I was like, oh my god. I think he did bury his kids. No. Is this like on floor? Oh, it is. Okay. Whoa. What is that? What on earth? That's about kid height. So I think it might be his kids to make this noise. What if... Okay, hear me out. This might be like a long stretch, but what if he had kids and they'd always make that noise, and one day he got angry, so I guess he killed them, let's just say that. And now it's not, the sound isn't actually playing, but his brain, because of what happened and how he killed them, and that's why he buried them, what if that's why he's hearing it? It's like remorse, but it's also guilt that's making him go crazy from just the sound of it. Now he's going into the walls to find it. It's right there, dang. No. Oh my. Oh, never mind. I guess they were gonna show the label. Okay. What? Then they edited in. The least they could have done is at least like buy a sheet of drywall and then put it up and just actually hit it. So how are they gonna show the inside of it? Unless maybe they are actually gonna break it just so that way. No? He just... Okay. I love that show. Wait, why is... It sounds like it's getting more stuff to it. It's like going... Dun, 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 dun. Now goes back to nothing. I love that. You know why this guy took this role? Because he could drink on set. It's weird because because of how the static is, it's like lowering the quality of the video, and as soon as they do this, it's like great quality. Why? Oh, well, I mean the TV was broken, so I guess that must make sense. Just go somewhere for the night. I don't think it's TV making the noise, man. Like, go somewhere for the night so you don't have to hear it. Oh, I guess they were gonna show holes in the walls, but that's not concrete or anything. That's like wood. The water slime coming down, dude. What on earth is this? I don't know if I'd really call this psychological. I think it's more like crazy horror. You know, it's just making you feel like you're gonna go crazy, but now it's not. It's like scary. You know. Yeah, see, it's in his head. He's not hearing outside because he's covering his ears and he's still hearing it. I think it's in his head. Yeah, see, he's starting to realize. Okay, guys, I'm gonna scan this. Hold up. Oh. Okay, okay, guys, I'm scanning this real fast, because, oh, that's not looking good. I don't think I can show this, guys. I mean, it doesn't look really super realistic, but I don't want to risk it. But I'll just explain what happens based off what I'm seeing. So it looks like he was burying his kids, but he didn't kill them. They got in a car crash, and the clicking, that's the turn signal. And he was burying his kid. And the way he stopped the noise was he stabbed himself in the ear with scissors. So I can't really show that, because it's also, I mean, yeah, the blood isn't realistic, but I don't want to risk it, guys, you know. He can still hear it, so he's not hearing outside. Okay, I was right, it was a turn signal that did it. Yeah. I think I can let you guys listen to it, but I can't let you guys watch it, you know, because, like, oh, he was drunk driving. There's beer bottles on the dash.
You good, kid? Come on.
And he's asking his kid if he's okay, and the kid's in the... So the kid was like 2, you guys saw that? So the kid was like 2, and he's just in the oh, wait, hello? Hello? Why is my mic being picked up? Hello? Okay, yeah. But, the kid was like... The kid was just in the front seat, not in a booster seat or anything. You know, kid's like 2, so obviously he needs one. Then they showed the kid a bloody hand, meaning like the kid's probably dead.
Come on.
And now he's having a psychological break, so he's like laughing and everything, but his ear is still bleeding. And then he's like lowering himself, but he's not drowning himself, he was just like lowering himself. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty good so far. It's a pretty good thing. Yep, he was burying his child, and he did a crappy job at burying him. Well, I can show this because it's just a hand in dirt, but like, look, he did a crappy job at burying him. Like, okay, now I'm gonna go back to BRB, so just be safe because I don't know what's gonna be shown. Okay, never mind, it's nothing. Right. Now there's another video I want to watch. Let me quickly see the SCP analysis. Let me quickly mute intro so that way, yeah, blah. Okay. Ooh, hold up. Alright, I have one for us. This one is called Ignore It. It's a short horror film by Grimoire Horror. And if it's good, I'll subscribe and like it. And if it's good, guys, you guys should definitely go subscribe it. We'll see, though. I won't be too judgmental because I can't do anything these guys are making because this stuff is so talented. But we'll see. It's like Zelda, but I don't think Zelda. Maybe Tetris.
I want you to listen to me very carefully. The woman is back. Hey, you remember the rules. You must ignore her as much as possible, all right? Just like last time. Don't look at her. Don't even think about her. Hey, look at me.
Can't even think about her? Dude, that's...
She's gonna leave, but only if you pretend she isn't there. All right?
Got a little bit of Pepsi in that drink.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Let's join your mom and Emily downstairs for dinner.
I feel so bad for these kids already, dude.
Now stay focused.
Imagine having to lock in for dinner, but also lock in chat because this so far seems really well made. So I'm liking it so far, but lock in. Also, how would you guys like to be called My Little Noodles? You know, my friends and me were joking earlier, a few days ago. And I was thinking, and they thought I said something about noodles, and I thought, you know what? That sounds like a really good name for viewers instead of calling them viewers or chatters, calling them My Little Noodles. What do you mean? What was insane? Topic change. Or not even just My Little Noodles, more like just My Noodles. I don't like the bone crunching. Do you hear that? Wait, it sounds like either... Like, I can, like, pop my knuckles. Or it's not really popping my knuckles. It's more like I'm moving the tendons across my knuckle. And make, like, a popping noise. And that's kind of what it sounds like. But longer and more dragged out and more rubbery, if you know. Because I'll either go, hey, who's there? And just get murdered, but you know. Don't do that. That's not smart. That's not smart. Yeah. Hey, stop it. Stop it. I mean, yeah, like noodles. That actually looks like a really good dinner. Looks like possibly broccoli, maybe spinach, and lasagna. I would just stop eating dinner, you know? Like, just eat in my own room, because, you know, that's safer. That kid is stressing, dude. He's like...
Emily, how did your algebra test go today?
I think I passed.
I can't tell if that's lasagna or, like, a pasta.
It's good.
I think it's a lasagna, though. Love lasagna.
The dinner is, it's great.
It is. It is great. I would know.
Dad, I don't understand what's going on.
Quiet, Justin. Pass me the salt.
Why is she back?
I said quiet!
Yeah, because, like, it's lasagna. You could just, like, you could just cut it off. You don't have to go to eat your food, you know? Oh, God. She knows. She knows. Oh, no. Just eat your food. Okay, hold up. What is that? So I was thinking it's lasagna. Maybe it's like lasagna, but the sauce is slightly burnt. You know, that adds a good bit of flavor to it. Like, there's a type of pasta in Italy where you burn the noodles first, and then you put the sauce on it. And I've heard that's like really good because the burnt noodles, well, it's not really burnt, but it's like slightly charred noodles. And the charring of the noodles adds a more like robust and deep flavor to it. I'm assuming that's probably what happened with this, but I don't know.
The only way.
Are they sacrificing their children? That's a bad thing to do. Eat your food and shut up, dude. Just shut up and eat your food.
Just ignore it, Justin.
Also, dude, if I had my phone and my earbuds, dude, I would not even care. I'd be like, what's up? Don't turn, stupid. You're gonna get killed. Why would you lift your spoon? Really? Just ignore it. Don't let it know you see it. Wait, I don't really have a spoon. Like a pen. It's like this. Just ignore it. Don't even let it know you see it. Like, dude, what? I would just go. Okay, they're both gonna get killed, dude. What are you Don't look at this. Oh my. I mean, maybe you could say, "Hey, are you okay? Like, why are you hyperventilating? What's going on?" But then he went, "Oh my god."
Dad?
It's okay, honey. Just finish everything off your plate.
You know, if I was Tyler, I'd be freaking out because, like, dude, what? Just looks like a rotting hand just going on your shoulder. You're supposed to go. You're supposed to ignore that. No, I'm going. Get off me! Bam! Punching you in the face. Even though I'd probably get killed instantly, but still. It's squeezing? How is she supposed to ignore it? And it doesn't look like it's going like a light switch. No, it looks like it's going onto it, you know? Dude, this is insane. The camera isn't bad either.
I can't keep doing it.
What do you mean the sister? The sister's freaking out. She's like, the whole time, she's like dying, pretty much. Unless you're thinking this is the sister, because this is the mom.
I can't keep doing this.
Oh. Is that dessert? Oh, that's the phone, never mind.
No, we can just let it.
I'll get it.
Eat.
Where did it go? Sick. Watch her sit in the mom spot, dude. That's crazy. I think.
Leave my family alone!
Gail, come back to the table.
The mom and the dad were doing so good, and she went to the kitchen to answer the phone. The creature followed her, and she goes, "Leave my family alone." So,
Leave us alone.
leave us alone. Gail, come back to the table. Leave my family alone. Like, what are you doing?
Leave my family alone!
Gail, come back.
And he's going. And it goes. It sounds like a zombies, not a zombie. Oh, like a zombie. What's it called? Like not Battlefield. Black Ops zombie. From one of the games. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No! No! Leave her alone! No!
Now the dad's gonna get killed too. It sounds like it's ripping her throat out. It sounds like it's either breaking her neck or ripping her throat out. Those are the only Oh, and that was her dead body slumping to the ground. Okay, awesome. We love that so much. We don't love that. What just happened? I looked away for 1 second. Oh my. Dad? 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 Oh no, is it going to have the mom's body instead? Stop it.
Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Dude, stop looking through the reflection. What are you doing? So, none of them got out alive. That was pretty good, actually. So I actually would say, go subscribe to that. That was actually really good. I like that one. Whoa, what is this? Okay, let's watch this one. It's called Moonstruck.
Whoa.
It's a short horror film by Telekinesis Entertainment.
What's that? I just built a.
Okay, there we go. We're good. Ooh, that was loud. I should probably go back to stream, huh? So you can see it. I just don't show you guys the video. And after this one, I'm thinking we end stream because it's about an hour after I said I was going to end stream. Maybe. If you want another one, we'll do another one. But at most, we'll do 2 more. Deal? Deal. Okay. Just do this real fast. Okay, there we go. You're getting messages. Oh my god, they are blowing your phone. Damn. My lumbar support's messing up. There we go. I probably should get a new chair. I mean, I got this chair not that long ago, but I'm thinking like more ergonomic. She has lip filler. Looks weird. But if that's what she wants, you have fun.
Rod?
I think I've read a Reddit story about this. Oh yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I think I did read a Reddit story about this. Oh my god. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful night. You should get up and go outside. Don't. I think there's one said like go look at the moon. Scam likely. Your PayPal account has been suspended due to suspicious activity. Please contact us immediately at 1385-123-456 EX7749 or visit golookatthemoon.mobile. Look right now. Text !ID moon. You're receiving this message because go look at the moon. It's a beautiful night. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It sings to us. I've never seen anything like this. And you know how much I've seen. Okay, well, stop.
Rod?
Wait, what just happened? She like, oh wait, she cleared that away. Okay.
Rod, are you in the bathroom?
Have you ever seen something so spectacular? Want to go look at the moon and be moon friends? No, I'm good, Trevor. I've never felt so alive. Don't look. They're all going crazy. She made little Jack look at it. Now he's not Jack anymore. She's not my girl anymore. The light, so magical. Trust me, you need to see this right now. Young Pablito. Who was young Pablito? Don't look at the moon, stupid. If you're getting this many texts from random people saying, go look at the moon. Don't. Oh, okay. Presidential test. No, presidential alert. I mixed these up. This is not a test. This alert is being distributed by the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. This is not a test. Do not look up at the moon. This is a national alert issued by the Office of the President of the United States. This is a shelter-in-place warning. Do not go outside. Do not look at the moon. I don't know what that says. Or maybe it says don't. Don't contact anyone who has looked at the moon. Further details will be explained, I'm guessing. The emergency alert system. Oh, well. her fingers blocking massive chunk. You see? Oh my God, we're both young Pablito. We're both young Pablito, both of us.
This is an emergency broadcast. Do not look at the moon. If indoors, stay inside with curtains drawn and blinds down. If outdoors, do not look up. Shield your eyes. Do not look at reflections that might show the sky. Get indoors as quickly as possible and avoid interacting with strangers. We repeat, please. Do not look at the moon. Further details coming on the emergency alert system.
Rod's gonna be outside. No, that's stupid. Why would he go outside? Yeah, I'm sorry, but if your husband, I'm assuming, like if your husband sees all this text and he goes, maybe I should go outside. You're just stupid at that point. Okay, your daughter's still okay. Should we see someone? Okay, so go close your daughter's blinds now. How do you not know your way around? You shouldn't be trying to feel around. You should know exactly where to go. You idiot, get your eyes out of the light.
Miranda, honey, I need you to listen to me very carefully. Keep your eyes closed.
So you can still see the light.
Are they closed?
Her daughter's gonna be dead. No.
Miranda, did you look at the moon?
No, she's gonna be dead. Or she's just gonna go crazy and she's just go, you know, attack.
Did you look at the moon?
No, Mama. Is it pretty tonight?
We are getting unconfirmed reports that those affected by the lunar
I say you guys lock yourselves in the bathroom that has no light.
strange behaviors. Joan, what are we hearing from our reporters in the field?
We are starting to get national.
So don't take her with you. That's stupid.
Grand Forks, Lane.
I'm just gonna go.
So that's stupid. Don't bring your daughter with you. Keep her in a room and have her like hide under the blanket. You know, use your brain, pal. Use your brain.
Find Daddy, okay? You stay right here.
Adam, can you describe what's going on? We'll get. I'm sorry.
Rod, are your headphones on?
We've just received footage of an attack. I must warn you, the images we are about to show you will be disturbing to some viewers, especially children.
Let me scan it. Just to be safe. Okay. Okay, scanning. Whoa, okay, gotta make sure. Don't know anything that's going on, making sure nothing too bad is shown. Okay, we're good.
Rod!
Mommy?
Oh my God, Rod, Jesus.
It's okay. Baby, I need to go talk to Daddy.
You stay right there. Don't move.
Don't move. Immediately runs away.
Rod. This better not be one of your sick jokes. Damn it, Rod, why are you being so creepy?
I'm immediately grabbing my taser.
You should come take a look at this.
No, you should come away from there. They're saying there's some kind of an emergency, something to do with the moon.
You don't have to worry about that, Liz. You don't have to worry about anything. Just come take a look, you and Miranda. You'll be glad you did. It'll make me happy.
Rod, they said they...
Just come look. It's beautiful.
What happened?
There's nothing to be afraid of. Just come look. Once you see, you'll...
The quality? Like, the quality looks really low. 720, that's why. Oh, let's do 4K, guys. Oh, is that gonna, like, run my
Understand.
Oh, no.
As I do.
4KP or 4K, Why would you be like, oh no, after you just said it's crush you? Oh no! Wait, what?
Rod! Rod, are you okay? Rod.
That's not very nice.
Why don't you trust me?
Your eyes are glowing, pal. Ooh. That would not feel good. Oh my god. How strong is Rod? Jeez. Oh my.
Just look at the moon. You'll be glad you did.
Like that little lock's gonna stop him.
Miranda?
Miranda, you idiot!
Miranda?
Oh, is she looking at the moon?
Honey, where are you?
Maybe she. Oh, she's in the closet. Okay, that's good. At least she's safe.
Miranda?
Oh no, is her eyes gonna be glowing?
Miranda, it's me. It's Mommy, honey. Baby, it's Mommy. Did you look at the moon? Did you see it? Honey, I need you to open your eyes, okay? Sis, open your eyes. Hi. Hi, okay? You okay? There she is. Are you okay?
Okay, at least she's not, you know, been moonified.
Okay, this is gonna keep you safe, okay? Can you close them? Close them tight.
Bird box. Ah.
Good girl. Good girl. Okay, let me see. Perfect. Okay.
That's barely holding on, dude. That's so falling off.
Okay. You should be quiet. Okay? Just like a little mouse. Okay, Mommy's gonna go close the window.
They'll snap their necks towards her. Oh no. Yep, that, yeah. Are they like a hive mind?
You're regretting your whole life if you don't join me! Join us! Come!
It's gonna be alright.
My eyes are glowing. Okay, and then the rest is just credits. Wait, maybe? I know the rest is just credits. Okay. Not bad. One more? Two more? Excuse me. It is only 11, but I don't want to give my editor too much to try and sift through. We'll do one more. One more. They're just so good. Wait, hold up. I just saw another SCP one that looks really good. It's called SCP Hallways. How long is it? That's the real question. 54 minutes, so we're not gonna be able to do this one today. It's essentially an hour, or well, no, it's essentially an hour, but it's essentially a movie. The Holotree Skinwalker movie concept. We could definitely do that one. Maybe tomorrow. There are a lot of these are like an hour long, or almost an hour. The Sky award-winning cosmic horror. Oh. I found one called The Spider. It's a horror Spider-Man film. Or fan film. Do you think that one? It's only 9 minutes, so this one's by Locust Garden. It's made a year ago. Let's see. I'm hoping it's gonna be good. Okay, it's got the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse like glitching effect. Nice, nice. Andy Chen. I'm guessing that's our Peter Parker for this show. How would you know? Okay, I never understood how they don't notice that massive spider. This sounds like the CW Flash intro.
Oh, man.
Go to the hospital. It's like the first thing you should have done. Oh, I don't know who that is. But Spider-Man horror Spider-Man fan film. He just dies. Oh my god!
I'm gonna take his wallet.
What? Oh. He almost ran a guy over. I'm gonna take his wallet. What?
It's just a kid.
What, kids don't have wallets?
What, are you gonna take his lunch money? You just broke off his legs. Leave him alone. Let's just go.
I'm gonna take his wallet. No!
Hey, man, just...
Okay, chat, give me 1 second. I have to scan this real fast. Oh. This one might get me demonetized. What is this? Oh, that's creepy. But let's just risk it. It's Spider-Man.
It's just a kid.
What, kids don't have wallets?
What, are you gonna take his lunch money? You just broke off his... Leave him alone. Let's just go.
Hey, man, just...
Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, whatever. This is a short. None of this is real. I promise you, it's a horror film. Please don't demonetize me. I'm not showing this to only kids. Don't worry, it's adults and everything. Please. I'm begging you. Guys, we might have to switch. We might have to switch things because this one I'm not liking how it's going so far. I don't want to risk it. Like I'd really rather not risk, my. No, I would say career, but it's not really a career yet. But I'd really rather not risk my anything, So let's find a different one. Just be safe. What do you think? Because I'd rather not lose, you know, my whole everything. Okay, this one's like a really short one. It's 5 minutes. It's called OK Google. Let me just do a quick scan. Okay, it looks good. It doesn't look like anything too bad happens in it. By Alter. Alter usually has really good films. Okay, whatever. Okay, this one's called OK Google by Levi Morgan.
Hey Google, turn off the TV.
Okay. Oh, I should probably show you guys what's happening, huh? Drinking some wine. Okay, nice. Looks like a rosé.
Okay, turn on upstairs bedroom light.
Oh. Thank you.
Google, turn upstairs light off.
Okay, turn off upstairs bedroom light.
But aren't you going to be walking up there? I'm immediately grabbing the gun. I'm immediately grabbing the gun. I'm sorry. Hey Google, turn off upstairs light.
Turn off upstairs bedroom light.
And then that. What? That's terrifying. Imagine seeing that in your house. You know, I get he just drank a little bit of wine, so he's a little drunk. You know, probably not drunk, but probably buzzed. And just that appears? No, thank you. I'm good. See, okay. Smart main character. I like this so far. I like this. He has a weapon. I like it. Let's see if it helps him. Let's see if he knows how to use it. Let's see if it helps. Probably won't, but let's hope. Hey Google, turn on light. Hey Google, call the cops. Got you, Brett. I don't have a Google. I was about to say, oh crap, don't do that. There it is. Oh wait, I don't have one. We're good.
All right.
Why do you have an orange lamp? Why do you have orange? So why do you have an orange lamp in there? It's not orange, it's blue. Why do you have a blue lamp in there? Oh nah. That's right, prepare yourself, be ready to fight. Oh. Something in there?
Okay, turn on music.
I'm gonna mute this because I don't want to get, you know, I don't want to get copyright striked. I wish it would explain. I wish it wouldn't have just gone, oh, there's music in the, like, unless, let me first, okay, let me first check, see if there's anything that's saying, like, what music's used. You use, no. Okay, so it doesn't say anything about, like, what music's being used. Okay. Oh, so now we're just gonna, nope, okay, so, gotta wait a little bit longer. Maybe he'll just say, hey Google, turn off music. Nope. Oh, okay, he's moving. He's just moving really slowly. I thought it was just frozen. As long as this being shown, I'm not gonna unmute it because, sorry guys, but I can't risk it. It sounds like a country song. Oh, watch me. Yeah, see, that's, I feel like that's copyrighted, so I don't want to risk it. Okay. Okay, we're good now. Oh, it's probably. Oh, there we go. Okay. Wait for. Please don't start playing music again. I'm muting it so fast.
Turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, is that the room? Oh, I was gonna say, is that? Hey, so it clicked, meaning someone either flipped the light switch or like tapped like the button thing, you know. So, meaning someone actually touched it. It wasn't just like through the lights. No. Okay, that's awesome. I love that. And also, yeah. Wait a second. She's unplugged. So, Who is saying that? Who's saying? Okay, turn on laundry room light. He looks like a guy I know. I know this guy named Dean. He looks like this guy. Just more country. It's actually a really good armrest for like my mouse. Ooh, I like this actually. I'm using an axolotl squishy thing. It's like made out of gel, and when you squish it, it like reforms. And I'm using it as like an armrest for my keyboard. So I'd rather not have to spend money on the actual armrest, and it works really well because it's like really soft, and unlike memory foam, how it will like eventually start to stay flat, this thing reshapes itself into like what it's supposed to be. Which I think is really nice, especially if I want to be able to use it for longer. Holy crap. And also like keeps my hand at a pretty good distance. I could even actually like raise my desk because I have a standing desk. So I could even raise it and it'd still be pretty good feeling. And then I feel like it makes me too short. No thank you. Stay away from me. No lower a bit. Ooh, okay. Who are you? Okay, let's turn off subtitles now, which I believe CPM.
Get back. I'm warning you. Get back. Google. Turn the kitchen lights on.
So, hey Google, turn on the kitchen lights. You unplugged it.
Alright, Google. Turn the kitchen lights on. Turn lights on. Google, turn lights on.
Okay. Turning off laundry room light.
You can just see on his face. Hey Google, turn on kitchen lights. Hey Google, turn on the kitchen lights. Hey Google, turn on the lights. Okay. Turning off laundry room lights. Do you hear the running?
Off laundry room light.
It sounded weird.
Okay. Turning off laundry room light.
Turning off laundry room light.
Turning off laundry room light.
That was really good. Okay, guys. We have to do one more. One last one, okay? I saw another one that was about the same length, so we'll do that last one, and then we're done. That was actually a really good one. I am going to subscribe. I say go subscribe to this guy. His name is Levi Morgan on YouTube. He has 18,300 subscribers. So, you know, he's doing pretty good. But still, go subscribe to him. He's doing great. I love him. Well, yeah, no, I love him. That's a really good story. That was a really good video. This one's called The Pretty Thing. It's 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's actually shorter than the last one. Okay, nope. Well, let me pause intro so that because yeah, it's another ad. Again, I'm not giving the free ads. Okay, now let me quickly scan. Okay, let me scan. I might have seen this before. I don't know though. Like, the actor looks familiar, but I can't tell. Okay, no, we should because this one doesn't look. It looks okay. Let me go back. All right, this one's made by Dylan Clark, and it was made a year ago. It has 1.7 million views. Okay, let's find out. Let's hope it's good. Oh, that's not good. So that's when you leave the house because it's not locking. Oh, really? She just went, oh well. And just go in bed. That's a... I thought it was like a window. That's a door. Oh my god, it's so stupid. You home? Question mark. No, don't. Why? So I love how you just immediately trust that's, I'm guessing, sister, because you go, and then you hear like back. So say, "Hey, are you home?" and see if she answers, not just you're in the same room. Like they're in the same room. Like they just have to say, "Yeah, hey, are you home?" "Yeah, I'm home." "Okay, thank you." Not you hear a snap back, which could be done by anyone. I was thinking it's gonna be like one of the snap, like the clap lights, but instead you use the snap, so it's like, and it turns off. But you're telling me she goes, and she hears back. No, I'm not trusting that. Back door won't. I'm grabbing a knife, or I'm shooting it. You better not move that curtain. You better not move that curtain. Or you better not even try and, like, show that's, like, unlocked. Don't. It's gonna be gone. Oh, it's gone. Oh my god. Um. Just talk. Say, hey, do you want to come sleep in my room? Or anything. Don't just go, oh my god. Read your phone message. Don't. Oh, she's gonna look up. Oh no. Punch it, punch it, punch it. What are you doing? What is she doing? Her bright idea is she sees a face and it's actually inside. And her idea is, hi. Oh wait, I think it's still getting. My bad, guys. You haven't been able to hear anything. But pretty much what happens is the sisters, they go, every time they want to show that they're there, we're like trying to get attention. We're trying to get their attention, and it's working. But their bright idea is, instead of saying something, they just go, and she sees his face, right? I mean, you can see it. Oh, why is it doing that again? But yeah, she could see the face. She could see a face in the window, but you guys could see that. But instead of being like, "Oh crap," and punching it, no, she goes, "Ah!" and hides in the blanket. What are you doing, dude? I think she deserves to die at this point, because what are you doing? No, 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 no. Oh, what? She's gonna look to the left and it's gonna be there. No, 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 no. No, 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 that was not a snap. That was not a snap. That was not a snap. I mean, it was a snap, but it was her neck snapping. Let me get a quick little scan here. BRB, just give me a quick little scan here. Are we gonna see her body snapped? Well, neck snapped. I just want to make sure. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Let me get over here. Okay, yeah, here. Wait, let me yeah. I don't like that. That's not a normal snap. God. So far, I think today's stream has been really successful though. But we only have about we have just over a minute left, and after this minute's over, or after this short's over, we are gonna be done for the night, and it will be the end of the stream. So I want to thank everyone for coming out. Which I'll let this finish before I start saying goodbye. You know. Oh, that was not a snap or anything. Oh no. I don't even think that was her next snap. I think she was getting stabbed. Or maybe breaking. Oh my. Wow, that's actually really good. You know, guys, subscribe and like. I say go check this guy out. His name is Dylan Clark. He only has 166,000 subscribers. This video has 1 million views, and you're telling me not every one of them? Yeah, okay, well, disappointed. But I don't really have a thing. Actually, I have a scene 3, so let's go over scene 3. Oh. Oop. Deactivate and activate. Alright guys, I want to thank you all for coming out tonight, and I just want to say thank you, and I hope you see you in the next stream, because this was a really good one. I think it went really well. So thank you for coming out, and make sure you come to the next one. We'll probably do another, we probably won't do horror games again. Well, we'll do it again eventually, but not like tomorrow. But I think what we'll do is we'll do like maybe a regular game or something, and then towards the end of the stream, like today, we will do a video, like another videos. How do you guys think? What do you guys think? Anyways, guys, there we go. Have a good night, and thank you.